2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 0, 0, 5, 2, 9, 2, 0, 6, 0, 0, 5, 6, 0, 8, 8, 9, 0, 1, 1, 4, 7, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 0, 4, 6, 8, 6, 0, 1, 6, 2, 1, 9, 4, 7, 3, 2, 2, 5, 6, 5, 2, 0, 3, 2, 4.
Smack, smack, crack, bushwhacked. Tie another one to the racks, baby. Hey, hey, kids, rock and roll. Nobody tells you where to go, baby. What if I ride? What if you walk? What if you rock around the clock? Tick, tock, tick, tock. What if you did? What if you walked? What if you tried to get on, baby? Hey, kids, where are you? Nobody tells you what to do, baby. Hey, hey, kid, shake a leg. Maybe you're crazy in the head, baby. Maybe you did, maybe you walked, maybe you rocked around the clock. Maybe I ride, maybe you walk, maybe I try to get on, baby. Hey, kids, shake a leg. Maybe you're crazy in the head, baby. Ollie, 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 and come free, baby. Hey, kids, where are you? Nobody tells you what to do, baby. Smack, smack, crack, shack-a-lack. Tie another one to your back, baby. Hey, hey, kids, rock and roll. Nobody tells you where to go, baby. Maybe you did, maybe you walked, maybe you rock around the clock. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Maybe I ride, maybe you walk, maybe I try to get on, baby. Hey, hey, kids, where are you? Nobody tells you what close as you've been. Hey, now take it back. Get off the attack. Trailing on your sleeve. Just try and keep it clean.
Welcome to the Insomnia stream. Kirk Shot edition. I'm your host, of course, Devin Stack. As you've probably heard by now, Charlie Kirk was assassinated earlier today in Utah. I think Orem, Utah, at UVU, while on his American Comeback Tour event. It's at least, I mean, it's, things have been kind of, I mean, we don't know everything yet. Everything's been kind of shifting and changing all day. I mean, I obviously didn't have any plans on streaming about this tonight. Had something entirely different, but then as things unfolded, we have been trying to keep tabs on everything that's going on, and things are still developing. Last I checked, they don't have anyone in custody. We'll kind of go over the sequence of events as they unfolded today. But yeah, that's what happened. A lot of people, there's a lot of different hot takes this way and that way and every way, and we're gonna kind of just go over what the response has been. And I'm not trying to come up with some kind of hot take, but I want to warn people that maybe are sensitive to things. We're not gonna sit there. There's lots of brutal footage of this happening, because he got shot basically while a bunch of people were live streaming him, and it's pretty fucked up. We're not gonna sit there and look at every fucking angle. It's not great. So there's that, but also, look, I don't think you tune in to hear me talk about like how, thoughts and prayers going out to the family, and not that they're not, it's just that, and look, I don't want to seem sociopathic there's lots of people that think like, oh, it's too soon to talk about this, but I mean, everyone's thinking stuff already. Okay. You might be afraid of looking a certain way by commenting on this when the body is not even cold yet. But this is the way things are right now. And this is the world that we live in. And these are the things we have to consider, even if it seems a little sociopathic at times. But that's, I'm here to analyze data, and that's what we're going to do tonight. That said, of course, obviously, even though I think, a lot of people, when they think Charlie Kirk, I mean, they think this, right? They think of a guy who was loath to talk about the Jewish role and all the problems he discussed. A man who was loath until very recently to even bring up race. But I'll tell you what, even though, I would reply to his tweets often and give him pushback for whatever thing he had said. And he has said some inane, misleading shit in the past. I never got the impression that it was out of something evil. I kind of got the impression that he was just a genuine Shabbos goy in a lot of ways, that he really believed it. And especially when you look, I mean, he started TPUSA, I think, when he was 19 years old. So he started this real early. They jumped on him real early. And he started getting that funding and the official narrative and access at a pretty early age. And again, I'm not going to do this all night. I'm not going to be like, oh, and not to speak ill of the dead or whatever. I'm just going to be honest, because everyone's just thinking this. This goes without saying. It goes without saying that, obviously, yes, obviously, look, I don't think his family's going to be watching this. Okay, so there's that. But obviously, we feel for his family. He has 2 daughters, and they're going to grow up without a father now, and that sucks. But let's just be honest about what we're dealing with here. I think that he wasn't necessarily the deepest thinker in the world. And I think a lot of what he was doing was performative, and it was practiced and rehearsed. That's why if you watched his debate style, he would try to steer, no matter what the question was about. He was almost like the old chatbots before AI came out, where they were rule based. They were based on, if you say this, then I can say this, and it didn't actually do any thinking. It was just trying to get you to go down a series of if then statements, and that's kind of how his debates would go, or his question and answer sessions would go. No matter what they would ask about, he would try to get them into an if then statement that he had a pre-written algorithm for, that he could eventually get to a point where, without even addressing the original question often, a point where he had like some zinger pre-programmed ready to go or something like that. And there's a lot of people that obviously thought that he was very bad for the movement. And then there's people that thought that he was a gateway drug to the movement. I don't buy the gateway drug argument. I think that the reality is, we have as many, like if you look at the crowd, for example, which we will be looking at the event that today, he has those kinds of crowds because they make millions and millions of dollars over at TPUSA, and they have the ability to reach that many people. And the kinds of people that are going to deviate from the mainstream, we're going to do that anyway. Those are the kinds of people that go looking. Whereas the net that's catching a lot of the people that TPUSA and other organizations like that catch are the people that they're not really particularly focused on politics. Whatever shows up in their feed is what they have access to. So it's not helpful really to have people who are controlled by Jewish money and politicians who are controlled by Jewish money, controlled by the access to those politicians. It really isn't that helpful to have people like that. And I've never bought that argument. I've never thought that was a good argument. However, one thing that was good is because he was so often put in a awkward position of defending the indefensible, he made a convenient punching bag on Twitter, because he would say things that you could easily have a rebuttal for without even thinking too hard. You could say, well, that's obviously wrong. I've played that clip where he's, a couple streams back, or maybe it's been a couple months now, where he told someone, and the clip was from years ago, but he told some student that was from Identity Europa, same thing. He without answering the man's question, he went down this series of if-then statements and then went on some pre-programmed, probably provided by Dennis Prager, soliloquy about how e pluribus unum meant out of many one, which meant pro-immigration. All these, brown, whites, yellow, everyone comes together and makes America, and that's why it's the motto and of our country, which is a lie. I mean, it's e pluribus unum. It does mean out of many one, but it was talking about the 13 colonies coming together as one country. And those 13 colonies were all white people. So it had nothing to do with diversity at all. But that's how Jews have redefined it. And, it's just the truth. Charlie Kirk regurgitated the Jewish version of reality as that was his role at TPUSA. And so, but because he was put in these positions where knowingly or not, he was dishonest with his audience, in a way, it was, in terms of propaganda, it was good for us because we could easily point out the lie or the inconsistency or the flaw in the logic or whatever, right? And we'll get back to that a little bit later on. One thing that I did notice in the last few months, and this is not just true of Charlie Kirk, this is true of really a lot of right-wing influencers of his tier, right? We've also talked about the different tiers of influencers, their access to money, their access to think tanks, donors, and politicians, and how that all works out. He was a tier 1 influencer, obviously. President Trump knew him well. And so all of the influencers of that tier, and with the, I would lump, Ben Shapiro and people like that into that group. They have recently had to address, really for the first time in my lifetime, as because my whole life, the conservatives have avoided race like the plague. They have really just walked in lockstep with the official civil rights movement narrative that, there's only one race, the human race. I've got a based black friend and all this other stuff. Same thing obviously with the Jewish question in support of Israel. They've just been wrong, and mostly because the modern Republican Party has been run by Jews. Since before I was alive, they've been running the modern Republican Party. So they have recently, because of their negligence, their inability to not only, or their failure to conserve things, I guess you could say, the old joke when conservatives don't conserve anything, because things have gotten so much worse since the civil rights movement in terms of quality of life for white people, the people that they claim, or actually that's the problem, is they don't claim, that they insinuate heavily in their campaigns, that they pander to, the white people who support the Republican Party, stupidly support the Republican Party. They never get what they want, and their quality of life has degraded so much that you just can't hide it anymore. You can't hide the smell of the corpse rotting under the floorboards anymore. People are starting to lift up the floorboards to see what the fuck is down there, because something definitely died. And I think that because they have been stuck in the, forced into this position, they've had to address this. I don't think it's, whether you're talking about Tucker Carlson or Charlie Kirk or whoever, I don't think it's like some awakening, where they're finally getting based after all these years of betrayal. But they were at least having to address this stuff. And I'll tell you, one of the last things that Charlie Kirk tweeted out, and I guess ever will tweet out, was a screenshot of the video of the Ukrainian refugee that was stabbed to death in Charlotte, North Carolina, Irina Zarutska, and with the caption, "America will never be the same." And I would say that that statement is now punctuated, heavily punctuated, by his assassination just a day later. So let's go over the events as they've unfolded this morning and afternoon. So this is the last question, ironically, that he was addressing was about gun violence. He was being asked about mass shootings. The context, I think it was a leftist saying that, asking for gun control, essentially. And this is what happened. Again, if you're squeamish, I mean, this is not the worst angle. Okay, so this is relatively tamed compared to what's out there.
I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
So a single shot got him in the jugular. Like I said, there's way more gruesome angles of that. Lots of blood immediately gushes out. And it was pretty apparent, at least to me, that was, unless he got immediate attention, that was going to be a fatal wound. It was unreal how much blood immediately came out, and he lost consciousness almost immediately. So after that happened, this is a angle from the roof of the people fleeing.
You guys okay? Okay, love you. Be safe. Okay, be safe. Apparently there's been a shooting. I don't know who's been shot. We are here live at Utah Valley State University. I don't know if that was shots or if that was fireworks.
No, it was a shot. Witnesses noticed a man on this roof of a building about 200 yards away across the that concourse area. On the roof, after the shot, he got up and ran to the rear of the roof and laid back down. In fact, you can see him laying down in this footage. This footage is not the best, but here's...
Get right up.
Yeah, you think he'd already be...
That little black bump right there is the man, I guess, allegedly the shooter, laying prone almost immediately after the shooting.
Place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there.
Another camera angle got him. You can actually see him running across. It's right to the left of that that black bar that's separating the two window panes. You see that black dot on the roof. It's real. It's real. You can tell that's what it is, but that's the roof he's on, and you can see him running after the shot. It'll pan back over. See, there he is. That's a closer. So he's running away after, or allegedly that's the shooter. So after the shots were fired, you had the first responders trying to find out what was going on.
UVU by the Soundstand reported one individual that was shot, unknown where the shooter went. UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information.
418 copy. How many injured do we have?
It's just one person. Sounds like maybe another individual in the car. We're not sure if they're a patient or if they're just trying to get out of the area.
We do have officers following the victim to Timpanogos Hospital. just east of the library. He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle.
To UVU. There was one shot. We are staging at the front of the school by the roundabout.
Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest.
Copy. Can you confirm with PD, do they have the shooter in custody?
Your DPS is requesting us try and get that motorcycle stopped, maybe a suspect in that shooting. What was your traffic?
It's possibly a suspect from the shooting, if we can try and get that vehicle stopped.
So initially, police detained this man. And everyone thought that he was the shooter, especially because of this behavior here.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
But he was yelling, "Shoot me, shoot me." But Fox News interviewed apparently someone that knew him and said that he was just some idiot and wouldn't be able to do the shooting.
They were arresting a guy by the name of George Zim. Yeah, I know the guy. I don't think he did it. I think they arrested the wrong guy. I think whoever did it was a good shooter, a sharpshooter. It was one shot right directly to the heart, and we need to find out who did this. I think there should be a research completely done that took place hours, maybe a day, before anything went on. Who could be there and pull that trigger and do it? And I don't think it was George Zim. He was poor, broke. Maybe he was on medication, a little bit loony moon, maybe a perfect.
Anyway, this guy here, I'm not sure if he was talking about this guy because he said George Zinn or something like that. I'm not sure who he's talking about there. But this was the old guy that they first had in custody. And this is, I think he has some kind of mental disorder because his Twitter page is all about suffering from SPA. I forget what it's short for, but it sounded kind of like fibromyalgia a little bit, but it was supposed to be about brain fog or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know anything about it, but a lot of his tweets were about having this brain disorder, really. So I don't know if he was there in attendance because he wanted to see Charlie Kirk and then just freaked out, and maybe he wants to die, so he was yelling, "Shoot me," because he has this disease or something. I don't know what the fuck. But then later, Kash Patel said that they had someone in custody. I don't have the tweet here, but let me go to my... It's been kind of obviously a weird day trying to collect all this stuff as it unfolds. Kash Patel tweeted out... Let's see here. Oh, I thought I had it here on mine because I thought I had retweeted it. Yeah, okay, here it is. Oh, here it is. He tweeted out, "The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able." And then like an hour or so later, he tweeted out again, "The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues and will continue to release information in the interest of transparency." But meanwhile, none of that was really known. In fact, a lot of it, no one really knew what was going on. MSNBC immediately used this opportunity to blame Charlie Kirk's radical rhetoric, because we all know what a violent white nationalist Charlie Kirk was.
Which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Turning Point USA has confirmed that he was shot. And there are a number of...
And the same guy, Matt, I'm not sure his last name, he actually got fired, or at least last I saw before I went live is one of the things I saw was he was fired. But he even suggested that maybe Charlie Kirk was shot by a attendee who was just celebrating. You know those right-wing hicks are just shooting guns in celebration of things.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no.
Yeah, the supporter shooting a gun off in celebration. But they, immediately start, and this is why it's important that we do have to start analyzing this. That's what your opponent's doing. In fact, a lot of the reason why no one's able to come up with like the hot take yet is we don't know who shot him. We don't know what the reasoning is. That's why there's a lot of desperation on Twitter after an event like this to find out, unmask the shooter. And it's so that you can start writing the narrative as quickly as possible. It's very important after an event like this for people that create propaganda to have the first impression in the minds of people who are hearing about the event for the first time, that first impression to include the narrative that goes along with it. It's a lot. It's going to stick with them. It's going to reinforce whatever message that you're pushing. It's a lot more impactful if they hear about it at the same time than if they just hear about, some mystery person shot Charlie Kirk. We have no idea who it is, and we don't know why they did it. And that's not going to be as impactful as if you could say, a crazy tranny shot him, or a crazy black man, or a white nationalist, or a crazy leftist, or whatever it is. And so that's why, not just with Charlie Kirk, after any one of these events, you see a lot of these influencers on Twitter essentially losing their minds that no one is releasing information on who did it yet, because they have to immediately start writing the narrative so that when they reach, or when people find out about this event, they encounter the narrative that goes along with it. And it's all this prepackaged deal that informs them about how they should think about this event from that point on. That way it's no longer, some mystery person shot Charlie Kirk. It's a tranny. Oh, it's fucking trannies. They're, you can't get around it. MSNBC is no different. They immediately launch into narrative mode. They fall back on, until they have details. The left always has their go-to gun control thing, which is what they went with.
After one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control. The carjacking situation, he used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
Now, this I actually agree with them. And this is where a lot of people put on their tinfoil hat and say things like, well, maybe this is all engineered, and maybe this is all part of some plan, so they can get more people on their side for more draconian, more authoritarian control. And look, that's entirely possible. I'm not saying that it's engineered or whatever, but even if it's not, I can see that's what you do. I mean, that's just like the influencers are looking for the shooter so they can start framing this and writing their narrative for their audiences. The administration, never let a crisis go to waste. They look at it the same way that, the left and the right, that's anyone that's in power. That's how they look at every event. How can we use this? How can we make this further whatever it is our agenda is? They're no different than those influencers. So they are very much likely to use this for something. What exactly, we're not sure. But the left is hell-bent on using it for gun control.
Just to give you guys a sense of the gun laws in Utah, there's constitutional carry. This is of May 2021. Individuals 21 or older can legally own a gun and carry it openly or concealed in public without a permit. Again, no permit is required or needed to buy or possess a firearm. There's no waiting period, no state-mandated time period for firearm purchases. Utah does not require the registration of firearms. Both open and concealed carry of loaded firearms without a permit are legal, again, for those 21 and over. So it is a very permissive state in terms of firearms. Most firearm types are allowed under state law, but again, federal laws ban certain firearms. On average, 442 people die by guns.
Well, here's the thing. The more dangerous it is for white people, whether it's getting stabbed to death on a train by a feral Negro, or whoever, whatever happened to Charlie Kirk here, that's the kind of laws you want. You want to be packing heat, because something tells me if you're going to crawl onto the roof of a university building and assassinate a political speaker, you don't care that much about registering firearms or whatever the carry laws are. And it's not like he was walking down the street, like, oh, no one noticed this guy with whatever gun that we don't know what the gun is. I heard someone say it's a 308. I don't know if that's just people talking or I don't know if that's confirmed. I don't know how that would be confirmed unless they had, they've analyzed the actual bullet or anything like that. But if whatever it is, it's obviously a rifle. Right? It's obviously a long gun. So it's not like he was walking down the street with it just slung over his back. And because it's Utah with these loose gun laws, everyone was like, oh, that's normal. Don't question that guy. Obviously, whoever did this concealed the fact that he had a gun, and no laws about, against having it concealed would have prevented him from doing that. But they know that never let a crisis go to waste. They're already trying to weaponize this, no pun intended, for the use of gun control. And look, that's the non-white population that's replacing the white people. They eat it up. This is something we've been talking about a lot recently, that as when people ask, well, why would they want to replace white people in our countries if these brown people are not as productive? Because they're more complacent, because they're easier to control, because they make for better cattle for the farmers. And this is proof. This is moments after the shooting. They're just interviewing students in the area. And these two melanoids here, what's the first thing out of their mouth?
I don't know. From what I heard, it was a sniper from a long ways away. So I don't know. I think the focus of this should probably be on probably some sort of gun control or something like that, so that things like this can't happen again.
Gun control. That's why they want to replace you. That's why they want to replace you, because they're easier to get on board with just going along with the voices on television. Speaking of voices on television, this guy here, I think he's a local official. Let me, I gotta find out. Forgot to write down who this is. Here, let me go through my notes. Here he is. This is J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker, who apparently earlier compared the U.S. to Nazi Germany for arresting criminals, and he blamed Charlie Kirk's shooting on January 6th.
My sympathy to Charlie Kirk's family and to Charlie Kirk, who obviously has, become a target for somebody. I don't know whether it's political violence because I don't know who did it. I know they seem to have somebody in custody. But I will say that political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped.
So he's the governor of Illinois, and he's saying that Trump's insane rhetoric has fomented the violence. And all I got to say is these people are not ready for us. These people are not ready for what's coming. They think Trump, who's basically a neocon, who's been soft on crime, who's been soft on immigration, who's been the first one to run to the microphone to talk about black unemployment, who has never talked about white Americans and what they need. He's allergic to talking about it. They're not ready for what comes next. They're not ready for what comes after Charlie Kirk. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. The fact that they're still trying to hang on to January 6th, January 6th was a fucking picnic. January 6th was a fucking day at the state fair. They got a little rowdy and people threw their trash on the ground. They are not ready for what comes next. A lot of people on the right are not ready for what comes next. The mainstream is not ready for what comes next because the mainstream is never what initiates or carries out the sorts of things that are on the horizon. And you're going to see this exact same talk. And this is obviously he's a Democrat, governor of Illinois. You're going to see the same kind of talk though from Republicans and people on the right. Oh, this violence has to stop. Oh, can't we just get along? Oh, we need to start having discussions and meeting halfway. That's the kind of rhetoric that has engineered the environment we live in now. Because those discussions, first of all, they never take place. They never take place. No solutions are ever offered. It's just that the ruling class is terrified of violence. I mean, that's why they keep bringing up January 6th like it was the most crazy thing that's ever happened, because to these people it was. To these people it was. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember when they were literally sticking the fucking, gas bags over their heads and running into the underground tunnels to escape the, QAnon shaman. These are the kinds of people that the security state works for. And they're scared right now. Because if you ever notice, they always talk, like you'll see on the left and the right, they'll both say, oh, we need to talk this out. Political violence has gotten out of hand. This is crazy. And then what happens? Literally nothing, right? Literally nothing. You see this rhetoric from people on, influencers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, even some of the dissident influencers, people like Alex Jones who obsessively say, we need to take the fight to them politically. There's always that qualifier at the end. And you see that with a lot of people. They use the fighting words and then politically. And they're allergic to actually talking about the fact that we are not the same. This is not a disagreement about fiscal policy, the left and the right. These are two diametrically opposed groups of people. Actually, more than that, that's the problem. It's at this point, it's just a bunch of randos occupying the same areas, all fighting for resources and power. And that's never what America was. Certainly in any hierarchy, in any society, you're going to have competing interests. But up until very recently, there was a lot of shared values. But more importantly, there was shared blood. There was shared heritage. There was a shared worldview. And the differences were either minute details about how we should reach the same goal. In fact, I remember people used to say this all the time. People used to say, you know, Democrats or Republicans, we both want the same things. We just have different ways of getting there. People used to say that all the time. It's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. But people used to say that all the time. Republicans used to say that all the time. It was a way of de-escalating. When the people that were supporting them were viewing their opponents, as enemies. The leadership would that's how they would, oh, well, we're all on the same team here, guys. We all want what's best for America. We just have different views on how to get there. That has not ever been true since we started importing all these people who were not Americans. And now we're at a point, Generation Z, or rather, I guess Generation Alpha is what is it? It's like 37% white or something. It's or somewhere around 40% white. The only reason why, and I don't even believe these numbers, because in 2017, Joe Biden said that, or no, rather, when he was vice president under Obama in 2012 or something like that, publicly stated, and he's the vice president. If anyone's going to have access to accurate numbers, it's going to be the vice president. And he said publicly, that famous clip that you see, he said by 2017, whites would be in the absolute minority. And we don't even know how many illegal immigrants are here. I suspect that's already happened. I think we've probably already dipped below 50%. And a huge bulk of, big number of those whites, that's boomers that are going to be dying off. Rapidly dying off. Over the next decade. So that number is going to go into the fucking toilet. So at first there was speculation that Charlie Kirk had survived. In fact, that was the initial reporting, that he was in critical but stable condition. People thought they could breathe easily. But then it wasn't long before Donald Trump tweeted out, as well as some other news sources around the same time, that the great, quote, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understands, or no one understood, or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out, or I guess Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. And then he released this video basically echoing many of the same sentiments shortly afterward.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot, who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
So you see that there is, I think, the beginnings of using Charlie Kirk's death to possibly pass new laws and to protect the ruling class. Again, whether or not it's engineered, that's another topic. Whether this is just something that organically happened and they decided to not let a crisis go to waste, it really doesn't matter. The result is the same, and the result is very similar to just the other day. Someone tweeted out that we need to find out the names of all the judges that was letting out the feral Negro that stabbed the Ukrainian woman to death on the train. And I mentioned that, well, actually, in 2022 or 2023, they made it illegal to publish the names and addresses, or I guess not the names, but the addresses of federal judges. And they rolled it up into one of those massive bills that Congress passes because they can't do their jobs. and so they can sneak things past you, and that was included in one of these bills. That was in response to a incident where a federal judge, their son, was shot by some crazy guy. I forget his name now, but it was some crazy guy that randomly shot and killed. Well, not randomly. I mean, he was a crazy guy. He shot a men's rights activist guy. He dressed up like a FedEx worker, rang the doorbell. He answered the door and he shot him. And then he went to this, I think he might have killed one other person. And then he went to the federal judge's house, rang the doorbell, and the son answered, and he shot the son and then ran away and then shot himself somewhere. But this is the kind of thing it was just, this sort of thing happens to us all the time. You don't get whole new laws to protect us from, well, I don't know, crazy black people on trains as soon as that happens. But that's because the security apparatus exists to protect the ruling class, not us. And so just one of them has one of their children killed versus the countless white children that have been killed over the several decades as a result of their exposure to diversity. No laws are passed in response to that, but you get one federal judge gets her son shot, and now it's illegal to post the address of federal judges. So that law, they're trying to expand that to state judges and all the way down to like the local municipalities, because they know that things are going to start getting a little hairy. Things are going to start getting a little out of hand, or at least that's the direction things are trending in. And if there's anything that we've been talking about in terms of one of the reasons why white people don't like diversity is that the country does become atomized and it becomes kind of a hellhole. It becomes like a third world country. Well, guess what? That's the kind of stuff that happens in third world countries. And this is the kind of shit that eventually, yeah, sure, it starts off at the lower levels where we have to go and worry about if we're going to get stabbed in the fucking throat for ordering a Big Mac at McDonald's, after sundown. But that eventually filters up. That eventually gets into their neighborhoods. And that's when they want to start cracking down. And he mentioned judges, and we got to prevent people from attacking judges and from attacking ICE agents and whatever. And look, obviously, if this was a country of white people and the people in charge were people that I had a kinship with, these were people that I was related to by blood in some way, and we had the same past, and we were going to have the same future, or at least our descendants were going to have the same future, and we were all part of one nation. I'm okay with a little bit of authoritarianism to get the job done. In fact, if there's anything that we've complained about Trump, is that there's no authority, especially during his first term, there wasn't enough authoritarianism, that they weren't shutting down the Black Lives Matter protests, that they weren't using and that's the criticism of the Republicans every time they get into power, is that they're not using their power to help white people ever. And they've proven since the election that it's not a matter of not being able to do it. They can certainly do it when it comes to protecting themselves and protecting Jews. They just have no interest in protecting white people. Why would they? They're trying to replace you. That's on their minds just as much as it's on the minds of the left. They for the same reasons. So we already have he's already planting the seed. He's already planting the seed in this speech here that Charlie Kirk is going to be a martyr, and that and his name will be used to prevent, in fact, maybe they'll make Charlie's law. Maybe they'll pass Charlie's law, and we'll, who knows what that'll, who that'll protect, but it's probably not going to be you and me. And so he's already planting that seed that he's a martyr, and martyrs always have causes. So it's going to be interesting to see what that cause is. Again, a lot of this is difficult, even for the administration, if they don't know who the shooter is, because there's not going to be a coherent narrative. So they're not going to be able to put together any kind of framing until there is. But look, this is what I'm talking about in terms of we live in a society where it's not we have different paths to get to the same destination. We legit hate each other. We hate each other. You know, and it's real funny because conservatives used to play this game, right? This game, the violent left, they hate us, but we just, we don't hate them. And on a social level, that used to be the case, right? It used to be the case that if you were at a party with a bunch of leftists and you were a right-winger, look, I came from an industry where that was the case. I used to, volunteer at film festivals and work as a, production assistant on independent films and shit like that when I was first trying to, get into the industry. And I kept my fucking mouth shut because I knew that I was surrounded by fucking lefties and that if I started talking about anything political, then I wouldn't be asked back because they were exclusionary and they were nepotistic in a way that the right wing never has been, to their detriment, by the way. And that they always low key hated us. And well, more and more, I guess it's increased. I think they've always really hated us, and because you'd have to hate someone to want to have the that kind of exclusionary power over them. And whereas the right didn't hate the left. Like if you had a party and some leftist was at the party and smoking a joint and talking about some stupid communist shit, you might roll your eyes and whatever, but that was it. That was it. You were very tolerant of their presence, and you didn't really exclude them, even as a friend. You might even hang out with the friend and just not bring up politics ever. That's changing. That's the change. And that's the change that takes place before things get weird. I'll tell you what, there was a time, and some of it's age, some of it is age, because when you're younger, I think you're more willing to tolerate all kinds of different people because you're trying to figure yourself out. And so you're getting all these different points of view and ways of looking at the world from all these different people, and you're more open to it and more accepting of it because you don't really have a solid footing yet of your own. And so when you hear these stupid blue-haired lefty people talking about communism or whatever, or some black person talking about the cops are always keeping the black man down, you don't really have a lot of life experience yet to know really how true that their point of view is, how accurate it is, how rooted in reality it is. And so you might tolerate it a little more. As you get older, you kind of just like, okay, I've got you. I have you figured out now. I got your fucking number and fuck you. So part of it is age. But also part of it's just that I know what the danger is now. And I know where this is headed. And I know that if the tables were turned, they would never fucking lift a finger. And in fact, this is the kind of response that you would get. This is a newsroom for, what's the name of that stupid Hollywood gossip show with this fucking Jew? What is it? What is it, chat? You guys know. The Hollywood Gossip Jew. What's the name of this stupid show? I'm going to look at Rumble chat it because I think you guys know. TMZ. Yeah, okay. Yeah, TMZ. This is, while they were live streaming, talking about Charlie Kirk. His death had not been announced yet. And you can hear the crew, and you better fucking believe at TMZ, there's not a single, no one's to the left or to the right of, I don't know, maybe even like the most lefty Jew at a place like that. At TMZ, it's going to be hard left people. And they're so hard left, they see someone like Charlie. They've never even met a person like you and me. They see someone like Charlie Kirk as literally Hitler. They look at Trump as literally Hitler. And you can hear them in the background cheering before, like when it first comes up on their computer screens that Trump has announced that Charlie Kirk has died. And then he gets past this, the turbo Jew that runs TMZ gets past the information here.
So my guess is We're going to see an image of this guy possibly in the next 20 minutes. The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Janet, go.
You hear the people cheering? You hear the people cheering? He even looks over. Those are the people seeing that Charlie Kirk is dead. They are cheering in the newsroom that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Janet, go. Go to have somebody look at the Fox.
Trump. Trump just posted that he's dead. Let's get it up.
Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
All right, so is this ready to pull the trigger? We can get Trump cut in a second.
What did Trump say?
Yeah, who sent it?
So what did Trump say? Yeah, Trump just said he's dead.
So there you go. They are cheering. See, the Civil War has already begun. And this is one of their victories. What the funny thing that they don't understand is he was a moderate voice. In fact, he is the kind of voice that if things started to get a little out of hand, he'd be one of the first people to tell people on the right, young people specifically on the right, that, talk with your words. Talk with your words. That's what they don't realize. They don't understand that he was the centrist. He was the moderate. He was the pressure valve. They are so up their own ass, so isolated in their little leftist bubbles, and so low IQ brown brain, they don't know what they're fucking with. They don't know what they're fucking with. Charlie Kirk was like the boss on an arcade game on level 1. The one they purposely make easy so that you want to keep putting quarters in. They don't know the Pandora's box that is beginning to open. They don't realize that he was the lock, or one of the locks, on that box. So they're celebrating. They killed Hitler. They killed Hitler. He's, ding dong, the evil Hitler is dead. And it's not just that the psychos in Hollywood, the working at TMZ. This is the House floor. They wanted to have a moment of silence. Again, to us, Charlie Kirk is a liberal, or was a liberal. Charlie Kirk was frustratingly centrist on a lot of topics. The most important topics, you might say, the kinds of the topics that get us most energized are the ones that he was worst on. And he was, in many ways, whether it was intentional or not, he served as a pressure valve. He served as a nice, comfortable sandbox for young, blooming, budding conservatives to play in, where they would stay safe and under the watchful eye of the recess lady. And when all they did, the man dies. The man dies. He's a victim of at least until we know more, apparent political assassination. They announced they want to have a moment of silence for him on the Senate floor. This milquetoast guy, look, I'm not talking shit about him. This is just true. This milquetoast conservative who was a moderate, who is to the left of the average American in the 1950s. And this is what happened. This was the response when they tried to have a moment of silence. Shh. Democrats protesting because they don't want a moment of silence for a Nazi.
Shh. Let's wait a minute. Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh.
They have no idea what they're fucking with. They have no... If they think Charlie Kirk is an SS officer, they have no idea what they're fucking with. We're not going to have a moment of silence for this completely normal guy. This guy that basically shares pretty much, like I would say, the average American's political views on most things. On most things. Certainly white people on most things. Here's Destiny after finding out about the shooting here.
Also, like shooting and everything is bad. It's bad. But like, this is like, for conservatives, this is like kind of fuck around and find out. This is what they want. Remember, you're like deploying the National Guard to places. You're sending the Marines around. You're talking about us, go to war with people. Like, this is kind of this is what we're kind of gearing up for. So, I mean, you can't really be surprised when this is the kind of shit that's happening, right? Like, when politicians are getting killed, when people are, acting fucking unhinged and insane, and you're all feeding into this like crazy, like, yeah, there are going to be deaths on both sides of it. That's how it works. This is how like a degenerating democracy appears. I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of stupid to act surprised on this.
The same.
The funny thing is he also has no fucking idea what he's fucking with. He's not wrong, though. I don't know why anyone's surprised. This is exactly what happens in a nation that's declining. This is exactly what happens when you have multiculturalism, multiracialism. And when the people on both sides of a argument in a country like this feel like they're not represented. So this is, I mean, he's right, and this is what happens. This is what happens. But he's the one that's woefully misinformed, woefully unprepared for what happens. Can you imagine Destiny in any kind of physical conflict? Isn't he like 5'0"? Sucking dick's not going to get him out of that situation. Anyway, but this is the sentiment. This is the response. And this is all, by the way, this has always been the response on the left. The right's just catching up with it. The left has always celebrated bad things happening to their political opponents since I've been alive. It's always been one-sided. I mean, in fact, it was mainstream. It's been mainstream forever. You would have, late night comedians with, talk shows in their monologues celebrate it when bad things happen to Republicans or conservatives or right-leaning people in ways that you never saw the right celebrate when bad things happen to leftists. This has just always been their attitude. This is how they've always behaved. I mean, look at this shit.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot. Oh,
well, breaking fucking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fantafast's favorite 5-mile wide mouthpieces, Charles Chucklefuck Kirk.
They have no idea what they're fucking with. If anyone's fucking around right now who's going to find out, it's people like this. Because just like a lot of normies over the last week or so have suddenly awoken to the Negro problem. Suddenly, a lot of people are realizing where the Overton shift is and that they are far outside the window and they need to move on over to catch up with the rest of us, or at least still be on the wrong side of it, but at least within the window. Tacitly mentioned that, I think black people are kind of a problem. That's a big step, by the way. That's a big step. And just like you're seeing this kind of change and things, I've been telling you guys this for years. What have I said for years? What have I said for literally, if you've been listening to this show a long time, you probably know what I'm going to say. I've said that when this shit goes down, it's going to be like a leaf floating on the surface of water, headed towards a drain. And at first, the leaf is going to lazily orbit the drain. So slowly that unless you're paying attention, you might not even notice that it's circling the drain. And as the leaf gets closer to the drain, that orbit speeds up. And it speeds up, and it speeds up, and it speeds up, until it gets to the edge of the drain. At this point, it's basically spinning like a top, and then it gets sucked down. This shit has a momentum to it, an accelerating momentum to it. So when you see people saying, wow, we've things have been changing so quickly. First, we've had all these people noticing Jews, like, I never thought that would ever happen, and it's starting to feel a little mainstream. And I've always cautioned people, don't overestimate that. Don't overestimate that, because to some degree, we are in our own little echo chambers online. The average person is definitely not as Jew woke as the people that you see posts on X from. However, the people you see posts on X from, a lot of them were not talking about Jews even a couple years ago. And when things go nuts, it's not the general public that goes nuts. They keep going to work. Have you ever been to a war zone? Have you ever been to like Ukraine, for example? If you realize if you go to Ukraine, they're technically at war. And when you watch clips online, what you're seeing is like the drones flying over and blowing up soldiers and gunfights and GoPro, and it looks all intense. You realize there's people still just going to work in Kiev, right? You realize there's people that are, they're getting up in the morning and they're eating cereal, going in and clocking in and doing, everything's still happening. Like, it's not like everyone's in a bunker holding a Kalashnikov, like, waiting for the soldiers to storm the city. Kiev's still operating. People are, they still have people working all their normal jobs. You can buy stuff from people. Like, there's companies they'll ship you like goods out of Kiev. So even when there's like a hot war, like a crazy hot war going on, the vast majority of the people are still just carrying on. During World War II, right? When Hitler would storm, when they had the Blitzkrieg, they defeat the army on the field, and then they occupy the city. But the city, things are still that you kind of want it to keep going, right? When you take over a city, you don't want everything to come crashing to a halt. Same thing with the Civil War. In fact, with the Civil War in America, people used to go and watch the battlefield like it was like they were watching sports ball. There's some very famous stories about that going horribly wrong, I think at Gettysburg, where the local townspeople thought, oh, it's going to be a fun little day to watch if our guys beat the other guys. And then it's just this horrific nightmare. But a lot of these people, they just keep, what else would they be doing? They're going through the motions, and then one day a tank rolls by their house, or in the case of the Civil War, they see a bunch of Union soldiers show up, and that's when shit gets real. But for the entirety of the war, they're just, things change a little bit, right? You might be rationing things, and there might be some things you can't get anymore and stuff like that, but everyone's still going through their daily routine. These people here have no idea what they're fucking with. No fucking clue. Ever noticed how dysgenic all of these people look? All the spiteful mutants that they all are.
I just watched the close-up video of Charlie Kirk getting pewed in the neck. No fucking way he survives. So you know what time it is?
They have no idea what's around the corner.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot. Well, breaking fucking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fantafast's favorite 5-mile-wide mouthpieces, Charles Chucklefuck Kirk.
Today, Charlie Kirk was shot dead today. Charlie Kirk was shot. Charlie Kirk was shot. Hey, did you know that Charlie Kirk was shot today?
They have no idea. Charlie Kirk was the moderate. Congratulations. Charlie Kirk was the pressure valve. Congratulations. Charlie Kirk was the one that, regardless of what his motives were, kind of wanted to keep things safe for people like you, even if it was a side effect of who he was trying to really keep things safe for. Or maybe it was just he was selfishly trying to keep things safe for him, trying to maintain the status quo.
I'm just really glad Charlie Kirk just got himself fucking shot, because he's right. Empathy is dangerous to society. So no one should give a fuck that he's dead. He said it. I'm just saying his words. All I'm doing is using his words. You can't be mad at me for using his words. I think empathy is a new wave thing and is very problematic. You right. No empathy for you.
Notice how they're literally all dysgenic. They all have piercings and tattoos and weird colored hair, and they all just have the physiog of a fucking mutant. This is what you're dealing with. This is, again, this isn't new. This is the kind of shit that they've been doing for decades. In fact, look how quickly it happened. This is moments. Moments, as in Charlie Kirk gets shot, and seconds. Like, people have just ducked down because they've heard the shot, and look. That guy's already celebrating. He just watched Charlie Kirk get shot. Like what? 15, 20 feet away? And look at the smile on his face. Less than 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds ago, he just watched a man get shot in the fucking jugular. And he's excited. They do fucking hate you. They do want you dead. See, here's the thing. All these people over the last week or so that are, I don't know why, but they're just now figuring out that, hey, oh my God, black people are dangerous and black people actually want to kill white people and they don't like us. They actually celebrate the fact that we get killed. They have fundraisers to raise money for the kinds of people that stab us to death for no reason. And they don't feel bad at all. In fact, they try to turn it around like sometimes it's our fault. This is exactly the behavior you're seeing from fucking white leftists and Jewish leftists. Why not? And obviously goes without saying, non-white leftists. See, all this time, conservatives telling themselves that, oh, we want the same things. There is a different path. Yeah, well, guess what? In the same way, the based black friend lie is dissolving rapidly, like a sugar cube in boiling water. So is this view that the leftists, your political opponent, they're just as American as you and me. They're just as American as you and me. We just have some disagreements on how we want to make the world. But no, they don't. They hate you. They want you dead. The irony is, all these same people on the right that have like a really hard, I don't know how they can't figure out this concept. It's what they told you about the terrorists. Remember the terrorists? Like, oh, they hate us for our freedom. This whole time, they've been at war with you, even though you haven't been at war with them. And this made sense to the conservatives for some reason. They were like, oh, in that case, let's go to fucking war with them. And I didn't realize we were at war with them this whole time. I mean, this whole time, the Middle East, all the brown people in the Middle East were trying to kill me. It has nothing to do with Israel. I mean, they hate me because of my freedom. Like, they understand this concept of like, you have an enemy that's at war with you, and even though you're not even aware of it. But for some reason, when it's right in front of their face, they can't figure it out. Well, they're starting to figure it out. They're starting to figure it out. And just like, by the way, just like in the same instance where they were told before, right? Oh, the Middle East, they've been at war with you this whole time. You didn't know it. They've hated you this whole time. You didn't know it. And the reason why they hate you is because of your freedom, because you're American. They're jealous because you've got strip clubs and MTV. They hate you because you have McDonald's and Starbucks. They hate you for your freedom. Well, people bought into that. People bought into that. But what have they been recently discovering? What have they been recently discovering about that lie? Or at least about that framing? That to the extent that that is true, because there is a little bit of a truth to that, right? The Middle East, the people in the Middle East have had a problem with America, but it wasn't because of your freedom. And people are just now starting to wake up to the real reason, aren't they? Oh, it's because of Jews and Israel. It's because we've been bombing the fuck and killing all their families for, well, the better part of a century. We've been bombing weddings with drones. We've been drone striking their political heroes, their patriarchs. We've been assassinating their people, and we've been blowing off the arms and legs of children, burning people alive for Israel for about a century. So yeah, they do hate us, and yeah, the average American had no idea that this hatred was building up and boiling over. But it wasn't, it's never been like, they hate you for your freedoms. That's fucking retarded. Well, guess what? Guess what? Same situation here. Same situation here. The melanoids and the leftists, they hate us. They've been at war with us, even though we haven't been at war with them. Same situation. To the extent, again, that that's true of the Middle East. But why? Why? Do they hate us for our freedoms? Did they hate Charlie Kirk for his freedoms? No, once again, it's the same answer. It's because of fucking Jews. The third world melanoids living in our country, they wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the Jewish influence over our immigration policy. Communism wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the communists that flooded into our country. Beginning at the turn of the century all the way through post-World War II, the academics that weaseled their way into influential positions, brainwashing entire generations. All those dysgenic women, the feminism, Jews. All of your enemies on the left, just like your enemies in the Middle East. Very similar origin story, and it's only a matter of time before people put that together. It's only a matter of time before people start putting that together. And you know what? People like Charlie Kirk, they were, believe it or not, that they were like a big obstacle in terms of people putting that together. That was the big frustration that people like you and me had with Charlie Kirk. He was getting in the way of people putting that together. They wrote diss tracks. There's already, by like 3 PM, there was already rap diss tracks making fun of Charlie Kirk for getting shot in the neck.
Hey Charlie, that motherfucker go, yeah, straight to your neck, nigga, bitch ass nigga, fuck out of here, bro. Talk about that fucking shit. Talk about that shit now, fuck nigga. Dead bitch, neck open, nigga, can't do no more throw. Come on, Charlie. Come on, Charlie. Get him, Charlie. Don't give up, Charlie. Don't give up, Charlie. Boy, that nigga Charlie super dead. Hit him in the neck, but not the head. Pussy, welcome to eternal rest. Pussy should've moved his fucking neck. Shit on people just because they black. You can't do it, no. Throw gun, should've bust him back. Where the fuck, yo? Charlie talking shit and got him whacked. But you knew that. Got that nigga Charlie in the pack. I'ma roll some smoke. Nigga dead. Talking all that shit. You're fucking dead now, nigga. What? You're dead as shit. Talk, yeah, talk, bro. Talk. Oh, what? Cat got your tongue, nigga? You ain't got shit to say now? You can't say shit now, nigga? What's up? What's going on? Speak. Speak to me, Charlie. Bitch ass nigga. Fuck you.
See, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the same people that were radicalized by watching that video, or even just seeing the stills of that video, of Irina Zarutska being stabbed to death on a train, that videos of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck, it's going to have a similar effect. It's going to have a similar effect. But this was all over lefty Twitter. Well, I guess he lost the debate, one says. 120,000 likes. 120,000 likes. By the way, this is one of your pro-Palestine. Let's partner up with the Browns to defeat the Jews. Look, obviously Charlie's was on the wrong side of that. That's not why they hate him. They hate him because they view him as you. Listen to the way this is the big thing that a lot of people to the right of Charlie Kirk are missing out on. They thought Charlie Kirk was the Nazi. They thought Charlie Kirk was the radical. What the fuck you think they're going to think of you? If Charlie Kirk was Hitler, you're basically Satan. But yeah, let's team up with these fucks, these white-hating fucks. We'll defeat the Jews with the brown people. Of course, people tweeting out things like this. Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment. And by the way, that's true. That's obviously true. What they don't tell you is there's other headlines that probably influence what's going on here. Things like Southern Poverty Law Center puts largest conservative grassroots youth group on hate map with Klan chapters. This is the same SPLC that did a story on me. Did a story on me and how I was the top earner over at the evil Nazis over at on Odyssey. Eventually, partially what led to Odyssey getting shut down, or their monetary stuff getting shut down. SPLC knows what they're doing because they've done it before. They know that when they've put people on their map of hate groups, sometimes a crazy leftist uses that map to go kill people. It's happened before. It's happened with the pro-life group before. Some guy, I think it was in D.C. or somewhere on the East Coast, showed up and shot up the place because he saw it on the SPLC website. You got articles like this. When must we kill them? Evil Has Come to America by Nicholas Decker, a faggot, who asks his readers, at what point do we just fucking kill them? See, the left, the funny thing is, they talk a big game. They talk a big game, and they want it. They think they want it. Let me rephrase that. They think they want it because they don't know what it is. They don't know what it is because they've never seen it pissed off. I did a video a long time ago about the concept of the movie Office Space. The name of the video is Nice Until They're Not. And it was about white people, how white people are super nice until one day they're not. And the movie Office Space kind of, in a way, showed the way in which the white man's brain works. Where they're really good at numbing themselves and just going through the motions as things get worse and worse and worse. And then one day they're just like, you know what, fuck it. Now, of course, in Office Space, it was, he didn't go on a shooting spree or something like that, but there's plenty of examples in America where other white people have. And I'm not saying that's what you do, but there is something about white people where they take it and they take it and they take it. And then one day they're just like, okay. This is how we're going to do it, huh? Okay, I accept. I accept your terms. Here's another tweet. Don't be a ghoul about Charlie Kirk. No, white libs. You don't get to tell me what I don't get to talk my shit about a man who on multiple occasions has pushed for an America where folks like me get killed to cleanse the land. See, this is what they thought about Charlie Kirk. Wait till they get a load of me. Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was too radical. Wait till you see what fills the vacuum. There's another tweet. He's dead. Celebration time. Another tweet. I'm praying that they keep this gunman safe. Please, Jesus. Shield that American hero from MAGA. And please take your son, Charlie, home. We don't want that trash around here. The only bad side to this is that MAGA trash will make him a martyr. And then we'll see that doofus big gums and head everywhere like they did with Ashley Babbitt. May she burn in hell. I'm so happy I wrote a poem. Here ends the story of Charlie Kirk. His new home will be beneath the dirt. He fucked around and found out quick. To MAGA he's a hero, to America he's still a dick. This is for the many of you who have hurt, and may you burn in hell, Charlie Kirk. Here's another one. Owned. Thank you, Chaos Gods. If you ask me, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Charlie Kirk spent his life's work and all of his energy and time targeting outgroups while arguing for a world in which gun massacres would be easy to enact, plentiful and inevitable, and he became famous and wealthy doing it. And we're supposed to not mention that because we're supposed to mention that, or now we're not supposed to mention that because it's not polite. You can condemn murder and political violence without whitewashing Charlie Kirk's shameful history of hate, racism, white nationalism. Yes, because, again, Charlie Kirk is a white nationalist. And promotion of dangerous conspiracies that radicalize Trump supporters to violence. Really? Really? Charlie Kirk was radicalizing Trump supporters to violence. Okay. This is from Occupy Democrats. Charlie Kirk spent his entire life disparaging immigrants, disrespecting women, and blaming black folks, only to get shot in one of the whitest places on earth. Then we have this guy we're not sure about. I think they took their page down. I don't know what's going on. This, like I said, I was researching this up until the moment we went live here. Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. This was yesterday. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's say something big will happen tomorrow. I don't know. It's people, law enforcement obviously is aware of that. Who knows where that's getting, where that's going exactly. But look, the writing's been on the wall a long time, and this is nothing new.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
This way. That's it right there. Pull it up.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
And sadly, the domestic enemies to our voting system and our honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that this isn't, they're not going to let up, and they should not.
If you think we're rallying now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Now look, I'm no fan of Trump, obviously, but again, these people thought Charlie Kirk was an SS officer. They think Trump is Hitler. If they can't handle moderate centrists that are slightly right-leaning centrists, people who are basically Democrats from the 90s, if that's too radical right for them, what do you think you are? So there's a lot of conspiracy theories because there is no shooter, right? At least as of, unless something's happened since I went live, there's been no shooter. And so there's lots of talk about what had happened. Harrison Smith had this tweet from August 13th that says, I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that if Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. And there's, this is always, unfortunately, on the right, there's always a lot of people that think anything that happens at all, it's always the Jews. And I don't think Charlie Kirk was going to ever turn against the Jews, however you want to put that. But, there's that theory going around. Harrison later, I guess, clarified it when he said this.
But I wanted to make a video at least to talk a little bit about my tweet that's gone completely viral from last month. It's now the #1 tweet on anything Benjamin Netanyahu is posting. So thanks, guys. Really glad I'm on his radar now. That's cool. But it's true. I mean, I don't really have too much to add to it, honestly. I'm not going to say who it was that told me because they've asked me not to, kind of for obvious reasons. So if they want to go public, they're more than welcome to. I don't have much to add to it other than basically like a month ago, I watched an interview with Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk, and I thought they looked scared, and I commented on that, made a video out of it. And then like a day or so later, I was talking to this person, and the way I remember the conversation going was that we were just talking about sort of Israel and Zionism and Zionist influencers, and Charlie Kirk came up, and I remember the other person saying to me, well, Charlie Kirk says he's afraid to go against Israel because he thinks they might kill him. And I said, that's crazy because I just made that video about how Charlie Kirk seems scared. That's crazy that you're saying that right now. And that's the way the conversation, I remember it going. It may have been the other way around. I may have said they look scared, and they said, well, he says he thinks, Israel will kill him for going against him.
So I don't know. Take whatever you want out of that. I don't know who this person is. He's not saying. I don't think Harrison Smith is making it up, but I don't know who it is he's talking to, and if they would know. Maybe the person he was talking to made it up. I don't know. I do find it hard to believe that a man who, as Charlie Kirk did, keeps Saturday as the Sabbath, met his wife in Israel, was not just pro-Israel, but was insanely pro-Israel. I find it hard to believe that he was ever planning on, quote unquote, going against them, and so that they killed him. However, why not? Harrison Smith works for InfoWars. Let's put on our tinfoil hat for a moment, and that's all this is. That's all this is. I'm not saying this is what I think. I'm just saying, look, we don't know. We don't have any answers right now. And so people are, everyone's just kind of, their brains are going a million miles a minute trying to figure this out. In the absence of facts, people are filling it up with conspiracy theories and who knows what really happened. We don't know. We might never know. I don't know. We'll find out, hopefully, something in the next little bit here. But let's put on our conspiracy theory tinfoil hat for a second. What if I was just thinking this today, and again, I don't know. This could be 100% bullshit. I don't know. But you always have to think. What do they always say? Who benefits, right? Who benefits? Well, what if it's not so much that Charlie Kirk was going to go against the Jews? Charlie Kirk was going to start talking about Jewish influence. Charlie Kirk was going to start going full on 1488. Charlie Kirk was being dragged to the right, kicking and screaming, or maybe he had an epiphany. Maybe he was starting to grow tired of his Jewish masters or whatever it was. Maybe it has nothing to do with that. Maybe his Jewish masters, and he had Jewish masters, okay? In the same way, Trump has Jewish masters, okay? Anyone that's a prominent Republican today, with almost no exception, has Jewish masters. The Republican Party is run by Jews. Let's just say they didn't think that he was going to go against the Jews or, whatever. None of those scenarios are going to unfold, but rather they saw it as a competency issue. They saw it as a situation where maybe he's worth more dead than alive. It's kind of like, I'm sure you've heard the theories, right? That you've heard actually from celebrities before. Some of them might be unhinged. Some of them might not be. But you've heard from various celebrities over the years that once a celebrity becomes inconvenient, Maybe there's going to be a scandal about them, or just maybe their career's not quite panning out. A decision is made where they realize this celebrity is actually worth more dead than alive. And they kill the celebrity. They kill the celebrity in order to make more money, because now they're, that celebrity's not going to be, it's like a painter whose paintings become way more sought after once they're dead, because now they're not going to make any more paintings. There's now a scarcity component. And so by the same logic, again, this has just been something that people have talked, celebrities have talked about. Many of them are unhinged, but they've talked about that this is something that happens, that they will kill a celebrity in order to squeeze whatever money they can out of their back catalog and out of their image once they realize that they are now a problem. Some people would say this would apply to people like Michael Jackson and other celebrities who have had untimely deaths. What if, and again, I'm not saying this has happened at all, this is tinfoil hat Devin, just thinking about stuff today. What if they did the calculus and they said, it appears as though people are noticing Jews. People are going to the right at an alarming rate. And the guy that we put in place to corral them into a safer sandbox where we can keep an eye on them is not doing the job. He's not cutting it anymore. He's not even able to, he's avoided, just as an example, debating people like Nick Fuentes and becoming like an embarrassment. Even people within his own organization are losing respect for him because he's unable to competently answer the people to the right of him. He can debate lefties all day long. He can debate brain dead lefty college students all day long because of that strategy I talked about in the beginning of the stream, where he puts them into the series of if-then statements and then has his canned answer. And these are college kids who have no public speaking experience, no debate experience. They're probably nervous just being in front of all these people who are already, the vast majority are on Charlie Kirk's side, are there to see him. So he gets all the applause. That takes talent. It does take talent, but that's a relatively safe situation. That's not the same talent that's required to actually answer criticisms that are coming from your right. Criticisms that you don't have a canned answer for because your whole existence is to keep people from hearing these things. So you have no ability to respond to them. So what if the people that have put him in the position that he was in did the calculus, they did the equation, they realized he's never going to be that guy. He's never going to be the guy that's going to be capable of challenging these radical right people who are growing in popularity, who we are bleeding audience members to. He's never going to be that guy. He's worth more dead than he is alive. We can make him a martyr. We can replace him maybe with someone who is capable. Let's see what happens with TPUSA. Again, or all this is just made up. Or this is just all, crazy talk. But that's one possibility. And people might say, oh, that's really dark, Devin. Who do you fucking think we're dealing with here? It's funny because the same people that would say, oh, that's really dark and paranoid, but they did 9/11? Like, oh, I'm sorry. But he has kids and stuff. Yeah, but they did 9/11? Okay, so they're totally down to kill 2,000 people, but not just one guy? Again, or this is all, who knows? We don't even know who the shooter was. But I'll tell you one thing, if we never find out, that's kind of crazy. If we never find out, that possibility is going to, I don't know, I think increase in probability, for at least for me. That's it. Who knows? It could have been completely organic. Completely organic. But the main takeaway is, regardless of what or why or who, two things are true. One, the administration will make Charlie Kirk a martyr, again, regardless of whether or not they are taking advantage of something completely organic or whether or not this is something engineered so that they could take advantage of it. And the other thing is, people are going to now notice. The same kinds of people who are just now, I don't know why it took them this long, but people are just now miraculously noticing that, oh, wow, black people actually do hate me and want me dead, are going to start realizing that about people just generally on the left. It is an escalation. That leaf is getting closer to the drain. That rotation is speeding up. Things are about to get wild. Now, there's still a chance they could still plug up that drain. And they might try. There might be an effort to do exactly that. Because they are going to be fearing the kinds of things that will affect them. The kinds of kinetic energy that might be released too close for comfort. But anyway. So that's what happened today. Again, like I said, I had a totally different stream. I guess we'll cover that on Sunday or Saturday. We'll talk about, I was going to talk about the stabbing and actually it's funny because just like there's people with this Charlie Kirk thing that think that, oh, leftists are getting more extreme. It's like, no, they've literally always been like this. I mean, look at the fucking Weather Underground. They bombed the fucking Capitol building back in the 60s. You just don't hear about it. You don't hear about it. The left has always been violent terrorists. You just don't hear about it because they've also been the ones in control of the media. They've also been the ones in control of education. So where would you learn about this prior to the internet? And same thing with blacks. People are, oh, blacks are getting out of hand. No, they've literally always been like this. It's just now it's on video. It's the same exact situation. I just hope it's not too little too late. And look, I'm sorry. Like, again, there's a lot of people who are going to try to, oh, we need to talk about, let's try to avoid any kind of messy situations. There is no political solutions. Charlie Kirk, if anything, is proof that there is no political solution. I don't give a fuck who it is that they say shot him at this point. It's obviously politically motivated. Maybe it's a tranny. Maybe it's a pro-Palestine brownoid. Maybe it's who knows who it's going to be. Maybe it's a crazy, boomer. It could be literally anybody. It doesn't change the fact that this This kinetic energy is building. And political solutions, and look, it's not just Charlie Kirk that's proved this, it's Trump. Trump is, look, that was like, the fact that they were saying that he was Hitler and you still were able to get him elected means that that's about as right wing as you're able to get. Unfortunately, with the political system, Trump, who's basically a 90s Democrat with some neocon tendencies. In fact, that's the thing. He's like the worst of both worlds. He's like a 90s Democrat socially, right? When it comes to fags, when it comes to blacks and everything else. But then he's like a neocon when it comes to supporting Israel. At least the 90s Democrats were not Israel shills. At least the 90s Democrats were angry when Israel was genociding Palestinians. So he's like the worst of both worlds, and that's the best you could do. And that was like an ordeal. It was like an ordeal getting Trump into office. You're not who you gonna elect that's to the right of Trump. And look, most of Trump's supporters are far to the left of you and me. All you had to do is watch the RNC to get, to wrap your head around that. Anyway, I'm sure Entropy has crashed and burned. Let me refresh it. Oh, it's actually still working. Amazing. I'm actually surprised it didn't break. But you know what? We got some Odyssey chats first. It's from Love and Division, of course, the only one that uses the Odyssey chat stuff. But let's see if some of you guys have some feedback here. Again, like I'm not, until we know who they're gonna say the shooter is or who the shooter is. I don't know. We don't know the story yet. It's real difficult to know really how this is going to be framed, what the narrative is going to be. Right now, it's just kind of like, there's a million different ways this could go. Love and Division says, I don't think Charlie Kirk was a tyrant, so he should not have been assassinated. Well, that's the other thing too. There's shades. Let's say, and not everyone's going to know what this means, but there's going to be a lot of you that do. The old school pill poppers are going to know. Regardless of who this is, let's say this was an organic thing. 2 words. Grocery store. Really? Charlie Kirk? That's some grocery store shit. Anyway, not everyone's going to get that. Then Love and Division says, Devin, yours is an excellent take on this. I would prefer a peaceful separation of the left and right America, but if it comes to war, then I hope we do better than Germany in World War II. That is, there were no important Jews killed in World War II. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think there's ever been a peaceful... How would you even do it? That's the problem with America. That's the problem with multiracialism. That's the problem with this fucking mess that we're in and why it's like this. This is why we are in a situation where there's people celebrating people getting murdered, and why people are getting murdered in the first place is we occupy the same fucking space. This isn't even like the Civil War between the North and the South, where they were geographically separated, where there was these states over here believe this and they're forming their own country, and these no, it's not like that at all. There are right-leaning people and left-leaning people and whites and non-whites in every single state. Now, there might be hot spots here and there of this state has more white right-wing people, and this state has more brown lefties, or whatever the fuck. But it's pretty mixed together. That's the whole problem. Integration is the entire problem. I've used this metaphor before. The issue is when they made this experiment, this integration experiment and immigration, when they did both of these experiments where they were like, you know what? Why not? Why not just bring in all these people from around the world, all these people from the third world who are not anything like us genetically or any other way, who are just as different from us in every other way as they are genetically from us. Let's bring them all in, and I'm sure it'll be fine. There's no undo button. There was no undo button. So if it didn't work, there was no way to ease. It's like if you're editing a graphic in Photoshop and you fuck up, like you try something like, oh, I wonder what it looks like if I do this. Oh, that looks stupid. And then you undo it. You go back to your history and back up a few steps. Like, oh, that was dumb. So that you don't fuck up what was okay before you start experimenting. They were acting like they had that option, but they didn't. There's no undo button. And the same thing with integration. Oh, why not? Let's just do something that's never worked in the history of the world. Let's do something that's literally never worked in the history of the world. Let's just put blacks in our white communities and hope for the best. And if it doesn't work out, what? Well, it is going to work out. We're certain of it. What do you mean if it doesn't work? It's going to work out, even though it's never worked out ever. Which is why it's so frustrating to see people, even on the right, say that, things like, oh, we just need to get blacks we need to arrest the violent ones. It's like, idiot, this has never worked. It's never worked. Never fucking worked. It's not going to start magically working now. But thank you very much there. Love and Division. Then we got Brody says, hi, Devin. I really enjoyed the stream about surveillance. Also, I found the movie Swamp Ape. I'm just linking in case any listeners want to view it. I haven't even seen it. I just took some clips from it, but it looked horrible. So people can watch Swamp Ape there if they want to go to Entropy. There's a link there. Then we got Gorilla Hand says, very sad day for all of us, even though I thought he was too kosher for my taste on the JQ. Charlie Kirk was a father and a fellow Christian. Rest in peace. Devin, have you ever seen the cult classic from the 80s, They Live? It was a sci-fi movie with Roddy Piper about a everyman starting to notice the ruling class. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure most people have seen that movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I get the memes. Hopefully most people get the memes. Those memes they're not so popular these days. I think that was beginning when people were first starting to notice those memes were getting big. Even Alex Jones, obviously, not to notice Jews, but used that I think he still uses that meme, right? But look, I was no fan of Charlie Kirk in terms of political discourse and us getting our message out. There were advantages to having Charlie Kirk on Twitter, where you could get up in his replies and point out a major inconsistency or a flaw in his logic, and hope. I don't know how much this would actually happen, but hope that people that might be fans of Charlie Kirk would drill down the comments and see the error of his ways, perhaps, and that would maybe lead them to our side. But that notwithstanding, he was a white guy. He was a white guy with a white wife and white children, and obviously, it's not the fate that I was hoping for, that Charlie Kirk would have to face. And look, I'll tell you, the real tragedy is if he let's say Harrison Smith is right, and that he actually did. I don't think that this is true, but let's say that he really did know about the Jews, but was afraid that they would kill him if he talked about it. Well, now he can't. Life is short, and if you're afraid of not just obviously talking about Jews, anything in your life that you think that, oh, well, I always have time, this should be a reminder to everybody that you might not have time. I don't think Charlie Kirk woke up this morning thinking that he was going to get shot in the jugular. He probably, I mean, he's like 30, 31. He wasn't even midlife yet. So, and by the way, this goes out to all these influencers who think they're being smart and they think they're playing the long game. They think that like, oh, I'm going to slowly subvert. I'm not going to give them the red pills. I'll give them the pink pills and then I'll slowly turn them red. And well, life's short. We don't have time for that shit. Not just you, the white race doesn't have time for that shit. And this should be a reminder. This should be a reminder. And who knows, right? Like, who knows? I've never met Charlie Kirk. I don't even think I've talked to anyone who has. I'm sure I've talked to people who have, but like I've never talked to them about it. So who knows what was inside his head? Maybe he was, secretly based in some way. But I doubt it, just because, I mean, the fact that he was so Shabbos that he kept his Sabbath on Saturday, he touched the wall, and he was nervous about talking about Israel, but I don't think it was like a nervousness, like they're going to kill me nervousness. Maybe it was, I don't know. But to me, I got the impression it was more of a nervousness, like, it was very similar to, I remember when I had my channel on YouTube still, and I first started figuring out that it was the Jews. And I basically said to a friend of mine, I said, you know what? I hate to say it, but I think it's the Jews. And his reply, with a look of fear on his face, was, I would not tell anyone that. And I said, that's the kind of fear I see or to the extent that I saw fear in his face, is that it was like, my friend didn't think that it was the Jews. He thought I was being kind of schizo by saying that, and it was trying to protect me from my schizo self. And I think that on some level he thought that, the danger wasn't coming from Israel. The danger was going to come from anti-Semitism. But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Gorilla Hands simply says, faggots! There we go. And then Bessemer says, hey, Devin, I was chatting with someone about your last stream, and they mentioned that their super chat got skipped in the entropy glitch. They don't get to be here for a live stream very often, and I offered to let you know their username is Nuclear Family is the bomb, and they made a big dono. Hope you can find it. Now, let me look if I can find it. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to find this stuff, but let's see. Big dono. How big? I don't see any big ones from... I keep looking here. Oh, wait, here we are. Oh, it is a big dono. All right, this is from Nuclear Family is the bomb.
Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Look how Jewy this fag is. All right. Yeah. Sorry for skipping over that. It wasn't on purpose. Nuclear family is the bomb. We've had issues with entropy and it got lost in the shuffle. Sounds like. They say, Devin, you're the bee's knees. You educate so many folks. Really admire your determination, perseverance, and loyalty to the cause. Well, look at that. It was a nice one. It was a nice one. Well, I appreciate that. Nuclear family is the bomb. Hopefully you hear this on the replay. And again, I apologize that didn't get read. I would have read that one if I'd seen it, right? So I didn't skip it on purpose. It just we had errors with it's working tonight, thankfully, but we had errors with entropy and you got lost in the shuffle. So thank you very much. Nuclear family is the bomb, and thank you, Bessemer, for letting me know about that. All right. Then we got Mr. Skywalker says the worst outcome here would be if the shooter turns out to be a pro-Palestine person. The system will use that to harness right-wing rage for the more evil Zionist projects that could lead to many thousands of our young men being duped into dying in another Middle Eastern war. It could also lead to a government crackdown on the little freedom we have left. That's why it is vital not to fall in line with the conservatives by claiming that Kirk was some kind of hero. He was not. He was a shill for the anti-white Jewish agenda, and he was getting paid big money for it, probably hundreds. Now this is really long, Mr. Skywalker. Probably hundreds of thousands per year in speaking fees, sponsorships, endorsements. He does not deserve your sympathy. What are your thoughts on this quote? Could Mossad be behind this? On this quote, do you mean your question? Look, yeah, to some degree, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that he was obviously our guy, and even if he was secretly our guy, well, now we'll never know because if he was, didn't have the courage to say it. And this is, like I said, this illustrates that you don't have all the time in the world to dilly-dally around, and the best policy is to just come out with it, especially now when we're in a situation where shit is dire. We are dropping below 50% all across the Anglosphere. Australia has taken a nosedive. Canada's taken a nosedive. Here it's been a little more of a slow decline, but we've been doing it longer. So we've taken just a slower nosedive. And if we don't do something now, the window of opportunity, it might have already slipped past us. But if it hasn't yet, then it's going to really soon. So something needs to be done. And people like him are getting very wealthy to avoid addressing the problems that are facing white people, and which necessarily means it prevents a solution from happening. And so, yes, in that regard, I just because he was killed doesn't change who he was. I'm not going to be talking shit about Charlie Kirk one day, and then because he's dead now, all of a sudden he's a saint. That's fucking retarded. And there's going to be a lot of people that do that. And they're going to think it's because, I'm being the bigger person or whatever. But it's just, it's just gay. Don't be a faggot. People die. And it's a tragedy when anyone, well, not when anyone, but when people die, and it is what it is. But let's not pretend like he wasn't a person in the opposition. He clearly was, and everyone would have said that yesterday. And so nothing changed today. Just because he's dead now doesn't change that. As far as could Mossad be behind that? Look, we don't know. We don't know who they're going to say the shooter is, and we don't know what the details are. We don't know anything right now. So we'll see. I explained that I think it's possible. I mean, there exists the possibility. And again, it's pretty tinfoil hat, but also not outside the realm of possibility, or I don't even think probability really. I mean, I think the probability is maybe on the lower side compared to other possibilities, but I don't think it's super crazy to say that he outlived his usefulness. And that's entirely possible. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Skywalker. And then we got Gorgeous Goy. Speaking of Swamp Ape, Gorgeous Goy says, "Hey, Devin, I heard about you a long time ago from individuals like Handsome Truth and others. You've awakened me so much. I can't thank you enough for sharing yourself with the world. It makes my week, my week every day." Oh, how does that work? Does it make your day every day or your week every day? Hail Devin's Stack, O slash. Well, I appreciate that, Gorgeous Goy. Very high praise, and thank you very much for that. And that's, look, that stuff like that keeps me going. That means I'm hopefully doing a good job, and I'm reaching people. And like I said, I know I'm not going to reach all white people. I don't really want to. Not all white people are ever going to look. A lot of white people are never going to wake up. In fact, some of them are our enemies. As we've played clips from some of them that are well, at least the ones that weren't Jewish. Who knows in that group? But some of them are our enemies. Some of the people that consider themselves right wing are our enemies too. And so I don't give a fuck about those people. They're not going to be the ones that make things happen. They're not going to be the thing. They're not the future. And so the people I'm trying to reach are people that are my peers, people who are like me, and people who are like you. So I'm glad that's happening. So thank you very much there, Gorgeous Goy. Then we got Nostra Nazi. Nostra Nazi says, "Just started listening. Don't know what took me so long. Moved to SoCal Desert from Florida 5 years ago and rebuilt an old homestead cabin. Didn't have electricity for 4 years. Your desert stories crack me up. Struggle is real. Happiest time of my life. Experienced nature and simple life. Do you have merch, and where can I get it?" There is merch. Some people have reported some issues getting it shipped to them, and some people don't. I mean, some people it works. So you can roll the dice. In the description below. I know that's not like a huge endorsement. I'm waiting for another supplier to come around, and then we're gonna revamp everything, but that could be a while. In the meantime, you can order from one of the links in the description below. But yeah, I have lived in the desert completely off grid before, and I've done the Earthship thing, and I'm not doing that this time. I'm in it's a little ghetto, but it's not, I mean, it's not like ghetto. It's not like a mess or anything like that, but it's not like a fancy house either. But it's also not, it's fancier than what I've done in the past. And yeah, the desert is a very unique ecosystem, and you don't realize how alive it is until you're out in the desert and you wander around and notice like, wow, there's like so many alive things out here. You drive through it, if you just drive on the freeway and look out the window, you'd think that, it's just like a barren wasteland with spiky plants. And while that is true to some extent, there's a lot of life out here. A lot of snakes and lizards and bugs and rabbits and coyotes and squirrels and weird birds and hawks and vultures and all kinds of stuff out here. So yeah, it's desert living it's unique. It's and killer bees too, killer bees. But welcome to the pillbox, Nostra Nazi, and thanks for the support there. Then we got Psychotic Mango.
Good gorilla. Good gorilla.
Psychotic Mango says there are no political solutions, and look, that's becoming increasingly obvious, I think, to more and more people. It's the kind of thing that when I say, even just, it's crazy, especially, I was saying that during the first Trump administration, and there were a lot of people telling me, oh no, Trump, trust the plan. In fact, there's a lot of people who are pretending that they weren't saying that before, that were saying trust the plan during Trump's first administration, while I was saying like, yeah, shit's not good. He seems like he's run by Jews, but more and more people, thankfully, are coming around to the reality that Trump and his entire administration is run by Jews. And it's if that's the best we could do, then we got to do something else. We got to do something else. And I think more and more people, I think even there are people that supported Trump this election cycle, thinking that Trump was going to get elected and he was going to be our vengeance and he was going to start mass deportations on day one. And he was, everything like, look, I went through this in 2016. People thought the same thing back then. People quite literally thought that he was going to build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it. And then by the end of his administration, there was like a partially finished fence that we paid for. And nothing got done. He didn't lock her up. He didn't. Yeah, that was what was so frustrating about this last election cycle. Is like, we did this already. We already know how this movie ends. Why do you want to watch it again? And people wanted to watch it again. And I think there are some people that are finally getting blackpilled, and they're finally coming around to the fact that, there are no political solutions. And look, the people trying the hardest to maintain the illusion that there is a political solution apparently are getting assassinated. So there it is. American Night.
Never touch my sister.
Corky, you're turning into a monster.
Corky knows there's no political solutions. American Night says, my liberal coworkers were celebrating Kirk's death. My normie friends are scared, and my based friends are pissed off, even though they hated what a Zionist he was. Very sad that his kids have lost their father. We can mourn after we win. How should we spin this to the youth to keep the momentum going in our direction? Again, it's really difficult to construct a narrative or even frame this until we know what the official story is, the motivations behind who conducted the shooting. Then there's a lot of predictable ways it'll go, right? Like let's say it's a tranny. Well, then, it'll be like, oh, another violent tranny. We need to ban trannies. If it's a, pro-Palestine person, the Trump administration will be like, oh, we need more proof that we need to deport all these pro-Palestine people and whatever. We don't know. We don't know what the official story is going to be. So it's really hard to know how we can politicize it. And look, we should politicize it. I'm sorry. We should. That's the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And that's what we got to do. Let's see here. Nostra Nazi says, well, I found the merch right under where I signed up for Entropy. I'm new to this, not a dysgenic whitey, I swear. What caused you to stop partying so hard? I was a party animal, so I could bust out my introversion earlier on and finally pulled my shit together. What a waste of my 20s. Don't regret it, though. Yeah, I guess maybe that's why that was what was appealing, is I was always kind of an introvert, and when I drank, I wasn't anymore. Like all my there was social lubrication, essentially. And that's what all my friends did. And so it was weird to be in a environment where you were the only one not drinking. And also, all the typical things, the peer pressure in high school of like, oh, drinking makes you cool. So you want to be cool, so you drink. All that idiotic shit. And yeah, I wasted my 20s getting high and drinking and going to parties and playing video games and all the usual shit that a lot of white men have done, all the same mistakes. That's why, look, you and I are not anomalies. That's unfortunately a lot of people did that. That's why they spent their 20s, and that's how a lot of white people are spending their 20s right now. And that's why I tell people not to do that. What snapped me out of it was, I think going into business for myself. I started doing freelance work, and when you're really smart at a big corporation, you can kind of just coast because they give you, unless you let them know that you can do a lot of work, then unfortunately they give you too much work. But if you just produce at the same rate as the mediocre people around you, you can kind of just, you can show up to work a little bit late and hungover and still knock it out of the park. And so that's what I was doing. I was basically just doing enough, the Office Space thing. I was doing just enough to not get fired. And that's how it was until I decided to go work freelance all the time. And then all of a sudden I was the boss, and at first I tried to do both, right? I was like, sweet, because you get the misconception like, oh, I can actually smoke pot and work at the same time now. And it's like, yeah, you do that like once and you're like, that was a mistake. That was fucking stupid. And then you start to realize that like, you just kind of suck when you're high, and you're lazy and you're going to miss a deadline. And when you're your own boss, like you, especially when you work on, a contract basis per project, not hourly, right? So I get paid the same whether I spend fucking 40 hours or 10 hours on a project back when I was doing a lot of this stuff. So you stop wanting to waste time. And maybe I was just growing out of it too. Maybe as you get older, once you're out of your 20s, if you go to the club where everyone at the club is like 21 years old and you're like the old guy at a fucking high school party, it's just socially awkward anyway. Like you feel like a creep. So some of that you just kind of grow out of, I think, I guess there's some people that never grow out of it, but if you have any kind of self-awareness, you show up at some, you're like 30 and you go to like the club where everyone's like 22. It's like, oh, I'm the weird old guy. And so then you have to be like, all right, do I start going to like the bar where all the alcoholics that are in their 30s go, or do I stop? Is this done? And also similarly, right? A lot of your non-fuck up friends are like getting married and having kids. So your friends are kind of peeling away, right? Your friend group is shrinking as everyone starts to grow out of it around the same age, timeline. And so the people you hang out with, that circle gets smaller and smaller, and it's just inevitable. I mean, your choice is at a certain point, your choice is be some pathetic loser in an obvious way. In a way, you've always been, but like, it's just more obvious when it's just you or just you and a couple other guys, right? Like, or you grow up and you take control of your destiny. And I wish I had done it much sooner. And maybe that's, maybe there's a weakness in me, there probably is. But if you're listening, if you're in your 20s or in your teens and you're thinking about what the fun you're gonna have in your 20s, don't have that much fun. I mean, because it's not really fun. Fun is not happiness. There's a difference between fun and happiness. Fun is like the cheap substitute for happiness that wears off and you have a hangover the next day. In fact, fun often gets in the way of happiness, paradoxically. All right, we got man of low moral fiber says far left political activist Charlie Kirk has been assassinated. Obama has already penned a letter lamenting that Kirk can no longer travel the country and advocate for Mexican immigration. Far left MSNBC has fired an analyst for remarks on Kirk. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I'm not going to pretend like he was someone he wasn't just because he's dead. And he was the epitome of the mainstream. And you know this because people like Obama did tweet out. I mean, Netanyahu tweeted out about Charlie Kirk. And so if you are liked by both Obama and Netanyahu, that tells you something. Meow Mick says, at least it wasn't churro. Did you know that cats can rotate their ears 180 degrees? Yes, I've seen it. It's like the eyebrows of a cat are their ears. Tells you a lot about what they're thinking. Man of low moral fiber says it was pretty funny how that fucking cross-eyed Pajit was tweeting out that they had caught the shooter. What a shit-skinned retard. He's talking about how we already covered it, right? How the FBI thought they had the killer. And then, at least I don't know, should I refresh this? Has anything changed? While I've been streaming, have they caught the killer? Let's see. I doubt it, but let's see. No, that's amazing. Another video a black guy runs up and starts stealing the MAGA hats off the Charlie Kirk table where he was just shot. I gotta download this. This is fucking incredible. I will show you this. Let's see if it'll load up. Talk about, I mean, it's literally insult to injury. Let's see if it'll download. It's not downloading right away. I don't think they have found anyone. I'm not seeing any updates. I'm scrolling quickly here. It's a lot of the same stuff. A lot of the same stuff. Here's the black guy. I mean, it's just like holy shit. I mean, could you be any more of a trope? Here is here's the look, Charlie Kirk's blood is all over that table. And he's going over and stealing hats until the cop stops him. How's that for a fucking metaphor? Oh, Charlie Kirk's dead? Have some Charlie Kirk hats with his blood all over them. There's the American comeback for you guys. There's the great American comeback. In fucking sane. All right. Anyway, we got J. Orlando says, Devin, thank you. In 2020, when COVID hit, I'd return home and binge back episodes of Charlie Kirk Show. He opened me up to conservative streamers and reconnected me to my faith. I learned my faith and my politics were inexorably linked. God bless. Well, there you go. So maybe he can be a gate, or has been a gate. Well, now he can't, but maybe he has been a gateway drug for people in the past. G. Orlando again says, can you be our new Charlie Kirk? Go to college campuses and respond to these people. Come on, I'm just so mad. This is horrible. Thank you for taking the time to make the show. No, I would never do that because I don't think it's useful. I don't think it's useful to own retarded leftist college kids. I don't see the usefulness in that. I mean, or at least maybe there is to some people. I wouldn't find, I've never, even when I was like, younger, that's not the kind of thing I was attracted to. I never thought that like, oh, sweet. Plus, I'm just not a debate me bro kind of guy. That takes a real specific skill set. Like I said, in Charlie Kirk's case, you could tell his strategy was he had like a preset list of rules and if-then statements that he would go through and then go to like some pre-programmed answers. I think that takes memorization skills I just don't have. Maybe I would. Maybe it's like you practice your lines in front of the mirror long enough, you would get it down. But it's just not something that I would be drawn to at all. Let's see here. We got Man of Low Moral Fiber says he shouted down white supremacists multiple times and he platformed our people. That's irredeemable. Youth is not an excuse. He was evil. He made millions keeping the white race blind. It was intentional. I don't know if I wouldn't call him evil. I would say that although by his standard, I can understand where you're coming from because there's a lot of people that would, and probably including him, that would say following orders is not an excuse. Like you should know better. And so you could say that he should have known better and he should have had a priority that put his race before the priorities of Jews, as an example, or something like that. But I don't get the sense that he was an evil guy. I think that's that's a little much. I think that, well, I'll tell you what, I think if he was evil, he'd probably still be alive because it seems like evil people live for fucking ever. Let's see here. Man of Low Moral Fiber says, boom, butt sex in Botswana. Can we get 5 big booms for butt sex in Botswana? Perfect example. People talking about Charlie Kirk celebrating the fact that the Trump administration helped lobby for legalizing faggotry and sodomy in Botswana, and totally not able to read the crowd, tweeted that out like it was some kind of victory. Amidst Trump's like the peak time of his failures, his failure to deliver on any promises, like right as people were starting to get frustrated during his first term, Charlie Kirk put a nice big underline on it by explaining to everyone that, well, at least we got sodomy in Botswana. Yeah. Grimly Fiendish with a big dono.
Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Look how Jewy this fag is. Grimly Fiendish says, seems like USA and Europe are one-upping each other, racing to the bottoms with this shittery and faggotry, new horrors every day, all day. Stay safe, white people. Well, I think, like I said, I think it's just that's just a condition of the collapse. That's just what happens. I think that's just a law of physics, that as things start to go down the drain, they spin faster and faster. And so I suspect that, and look, it doesn't mean it's not linear, by the way. It's not linear. It's like if you look at a graph of a stock tanking, sometimes it goes straight to fucking zero. But usually, and look, maybe we'll have a moment like that, right? Maybe there will be a moment where it goes straight to fucking zero. But usually there's ups and downs on the way down. And sometimes those ups and downs are artificial. Sometimes it's people who are profiting off of the volatility of that stock that are artificially making those ups and downs so they can make money the whole way down. And you think that this is any different? It's not. As an empire starts to fall, there's going to be people profiting off the fall, and they will make artificial ups and downs so that they can maximize profits and ride it all the way down. That's just, it's 100% how these things go. Thank you very much for the big dono, though, Grimly Fiendish. Then we got Man of Low Moral Fiber says, we don't know the shooter as of this moment, but I hedge that it was a leftist. The left killed one of their most prominent and effective activists, and they're celebrating it. That's hilarious to me. Yeah, that's what they don't understand. They have no idea. They have no idea that, like, how much Charlie Kirk was not on the right. Horrible Hangover says, what are your thoughts on the Burning Man Festival? Possible stream topic, or just wealthy, spoiled tech bros finding an excuse to party in the desert? Pretty much the second. I've been there before. It was super, like, it was like going to a party where everyone was like a trust fund faggot, you know? And I met some interesting people because people from all over the world go there, but it was mostly tech bros. And they make this big deal about freedom and you can do whatever you want, but it's not. When you get there, they build walls. They build walls around their little compounds, and they throw closed parties, and it's not what they say it is. They act like it's like this big freedom fest. It's not. It's not. And it's shocking how much it's in some ways it's just a display of how much money you have. So it's millionaire and billionaire tech bros going out there to do a bunch of drugs and fuck stinky hippie girls. And like, that's what it is. That's 100% what it is. It was interesting for me. I went there because I got free tickets basically. So, I was like, why wouldn't I go? And I was going to meet a friend of mine there and had trouble finding him. So I ended up camping out, and just kind of walking around most of the time. The thing that was shocking to me was the size. Like it's hard to wrap your head around the scale of Burning Man until you see it. But the scale is quite something. There's landing strips. There's some people that are so rich they fly their airplanes and land at Burning Man. And so you've got all these, private planes coming in. not like jets, but like Cessnas and shit like that. And, multi-million-dollar RVs. And there's normal people. Well, not normal people. But, there's like middle-class people there too. But yeah, it's something I'm glad I experienced, but I would never want to do it again. As far as it being some kind of beyond what it, just like a big party for rich losers. I mean, I don't know. Probably not. Someone stole my bike, says crazy day. Thanks for all you do. Well, I appreciate that. Man of low moral fiber says, I know you have said you don't like real-time strategy games like Age of Empires, but it might be a good illustration tool for you for your talking point regarding multiple factions in one area competing. Well, I don't have to know how to play the game to be able to do that. But yeah, I've never been a fan of those games. I don't really play games at all, but like when I do, which it's been a long time. Yeah, I'm all about the first person shooters. I'm all about like not having to read like a manual. I want to play a game where you pick up a gun and you shoot people. And because, like I said, I've got maybe I'm not quite to the millisecond as fast as I was when I was like 18 or 19, but I suspect I'd still be quite good. I feel like it might reveal too much information if I get too much. I was a really good player of a very popular game, like ranked very high. And that's not a brag because it's kind of a loser. It's loser shit if you look at how many hours I put into that fucking game. But yeah, I was really good at first person shooters. Let's see here. The propaganda stream says, would you consider coming on my channel September 27th to honor the memory of Matthew North? This will be your 5th year since we've lost a great researcher and thinker. I would like to discuss his research on Trump and mind wars. And you have your email. I'm not sure who that is, actually. Matthew North? Or at least not off the top of my head. It's not ringing any bells. Yeah, I'm not familiar with who that is. But I'll take a look at your channel. Let me add this. I'm assuming it's called the propaganda stream. No promises though, because this is a busy time of year for me right now. This is right before winter is when you do a lot of beekeeping because you're trying to get all the bee stuff, but also it's when the weather is decent here. And so there's a lot of outdoor stuff I need to get done that I've been putting off now that it's not like the surface of the sun outside. It's still pretty warm out, but it's not like it's been. But I'll check it out. Then we got Horrible Hangover. Says, amazing stream as always. Thanks for your measured and nuanced takes, as well as your incredible video and presentation skills. We're lucky to have you on our side. Well, I appreciate that, Horrible Hangover. Then we got Man of Low Moral Fiber says, Charlie Kirk believed in faggot marriage, women voting, increased pathways to Beaner citizenship, and black conservatives. He was a far-left activist who wore a Jew hat for a photo at the Jew wall. Well, that could be said quite literally about anyone that is a Republican. But you got to look, you're not going to get any arguments from me. Everyone gets this. But the thing that I don't want to be lost on people is that most likely whoever killed him, and we don't know, unless it's something crazy, most likely, at least as of right now, in my estimation, the highest probability is that the person who killed him viewed him as someone like yourself. So his enemy is our enemy because they basically mistakenly thought that they were getting you and they were getting me. They didn't realize what they were doing. But, or there's something else at play. We don't know. We won't know anything until we see. But yeah, you're not going to get any. I'm not saying he's awesome just because he's dead. Charles Bronson. Charles Bronson says, "What up, Dev? If Kirk was a shill for the Jews, how does that work? Did Israel kill him? Did he step out of line? Is Israel looking for his killers? Was it some nut job? To snipe someone like that from long range without being noticed says to me that it couldn't be an amateur, and why him of all people? Dev for Prez 2028. Well, it could be an amateur. Well, I mean, not like just some rando went to the store today, bought a rifle and did it. It's someone that has some shooting experience, but it doesn't have to be like some crack sniper. In fact, I would guess that they were aiming at his head and got him in the neck. I don't think they still killed him, right? It's still mission accomplished, but I would guess that they were probably pointing at his head, and so they were a little bit off. And 200 yards, well, that is pretty good. That would imply that you've shot that rifle before at the range. It's not an impossible shot by any means, especially if you've got a scope and you've looked in advance to see what the distance is, and you've adjusted your scope to accordingly. So, which you could do. I mean, you can go on Google Maps if he knows where he's going to go. And look, if they're determined, then you're actually going to do it. You look and see, or if you can get you go in advance, look that you can see and get roof access. Look to see if you can get out of the situation once you've done it. I'll tell you what, it doesn't look like it's some random person that just, it's not like some angry Redditor that just hates Charlie Kirk, most likely. It's probably someone who has been planning this for some time, whether or not they've been planning it from the perspective of a professional, or they're planning it from the perspective of a angry tranny leftist, or who knows, right? Who fucking knows? I'll tell you what, though, if they never find the guy, I think that the probability that there is perhaps something more to it, like what I was discussing, that maybe he was worth more dead than alive, or something else. Maybe there's something else going on. That something like that is at least becomes increasingly probable. How was he a shill for Jews? Well, I mean, come on. He's just watch any of his videos. He obviously is allergic to challenging Jewish power. He talks about how much he loves Israel and how much he loves Jews. I mean, he says he is, or he did. He doesn't say anything now, but that's not like a secret. I mean, he's obviously, he keeps the Sabbath on Saturday, and talks about how much he loves Jews and Judaism, or did all the time. Like, this was not a secret. He wasn't like secretly loving Jews. Like, he openly loved Jews. He famously said that America is just an idea, and it doesn't really matter the people. The blood and the soil doesn't really matter. But Israel's an exception. Israel, it does matter. So he had obvious and explicit double standards where he preferred Israel over America. So, I mean, this is not a secret that he was a shill for Jews. Did he maybe grow out of this? Did he maybe start to figure it out, like Harrison said it was a possibility? I don't know. I find that hard to believe, but it's possible. We'll never know. I guess we'll never know. As far as if he was a Jewish shill and someone killed him, well, look, if he legit was killed by some crazy lefty, I would suspect that Kash Patel and the FBI are going to try really hard to find that person, get that scalp. But it's also Kash Patel's FBI, so who knows, right? Who knows with that level of competency if they'll ever find this person, if they slipped away. I'm sure there's lots. Look, it's a campus. There's got to be cameras everywhere that we haven't seen yet, but because they're closed circuit cameras. There's all those license plate reader cameras. I don't know if they're in that small college town in Utah, but they might be. in which case, if they know what his car is, I mean, he's basically done for. I would suspect that there's at least some camera that's pointed at that building. How did he get on the roof, as an example? The guy had to get on the roof somehow. There's got to be roof access, like in Butler, when there was the shooting with Trump, the guy brought a ladder. And so did he show up and put a ladder there in advance? You know, like, how did he get, or maybe is there roof access from inside the building? If so, if he was inside the building, are there security cameras inside the building? I would say there probably is. I think most modern campuses, right? Don't they have fucking cameras everywhere? Unless I'm wrong. I would suspect that they would have some kind of footage of this guy getting on or off the roof. But then, and that's another tell. I think that it's like the Pentagon, right? We know they've got more than just that stupid camera that has like 1 frame per second going, you know, in terms of the side of the Pentagon on 9/11, right? We know that that's not the only angle, but we also know that's the only angle they're going to show us. So if magically there is no footage of this mysterious man in black getting onto the roof of that building and getting off or anything, he just disappears. That kind of is a red flag to me. That tells me that there's maybe some more to this story. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but it sort of lends some credibility to that. Then we got Osnolam. Osnolam says, howdy, in 2020, you did that one stream where you talked about the desert frost where you lived and that you described as magical. Are you still going to post them somewhere, or did you? Also, what's your take on the Russia-Ukraine conflict? I mean, when it snowed, I don't remember. I mean, you're talking about something that happened 5 years ago. I've said a lot of things in 5 years. I've got some magical looking desert snow photos. Maybe I can dig those up. As far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, I mean, look, I don't live in either country. I've got friends from both, and I see the point of view, obviously, from Ukraine. And as a nationalist, even though they are a country that elected a Jewish, actor who clearly is the plaything of a Jewish oligarch, and that's ridiculous. I also respect, national borders, and so I understand their point of view. And strategically, in terms of Putin's long-term goals and his geopolitical strategy, it makes sense why it makes sense why it was a red line for Putin to not have Ukraine join NATO, and they kept kind of dangling that in front of him, and so yeah, I understand the situation. Either way, the tragedy is the death toll that all these white men, all these warrior gene white men, are being erased and taken permanently out of the gene pool. That is the tragedy, no matter how you look at it, no matter what side you're on. And that's what I hope ends as quickly as possible, regardless of wherever the border ends up. If I had to guess, Putin will probably get some territory. Russia will probably gain some territory, probably the territory that he wanted, and which will just be more frustrating in terms of the human cost, because it'll be a long fought war that really didn't accomplish much. But who knows? The longer they keep it going, the more money evil people are making, and the more innocent white people are dying, and that's what pisses me off. Let's see here. Grenade says, in my 40s, I'm broke, I'm childless, I've got nothing to hold on to in this Jew world, and I've made peace with death. And then I can't really read the rest of what you're saying. Grenade, come on, man. But I feel you. Grimly Fiendish says, the way Jays are overextending now, creating a Zio martyr is not unimaginable. Label this anti-Semitism while they go full blitzkrieg in West Bank. Yeah, I don't know. Well, like I said, a lot of this will make more sense when we find out who the shooter is. The supposed shooter or maybe the actual shooter. Who knows? Let's see what the story is. Like I said, it's a little odd that they don't already have some leads. It's weird that they don't even have, like, because what you would expect to happen at this point in the game is that they would have like, oh, I mean, they do this for like normal crimes, right? Where they have like, oh, here's a freeze frame of him walking by one of the security cameras. Everyone keep an eye out for a guy who looks like this. They don't even have that. Like, there's not even like a suspect that they're looking for. So that's a little fucking crazy. That's either like wild incompetence, or something else is going on there. Kurgan 86 with almost upper middle class dono.
$500,000.
Professor Stack, this dono is for tonight and the last few streams. Thank you for the education that you continue to provide for all of us that follow you. And then you say, faggots! And then you've obviously been here long enough to where you know exactly what I meant when I was talking about if you were a leftist and you targeted Charlie Kirk of all people, that basically I've been looking, I'm stalling. I'm looking for the button. I can't find it. I'm just like, and then also, cause like where is it? Where's the fucking, there it is.
Grocery store.
Yes. But yes, Kurgan 86, yeah. It's a very grocery store situation, if that's the case. Osnalam says, just 2 more questions. How do you recommend we strengthen our speaking skills, or how did you become a speaker yourself? And are your recommendations regarding dating white women? I don't think I have great speaking skills, to be honest. People keep saying I have a weird voice. So it's like, I don't think I've good speaking skills. When I get compared to people, they say I sound like Norm Macdonald, who sounded like a weirdo. And it's not like, I don't think anyone says that about Norm Macdonald. I don't think like, oh man, the thing about Norm Macdonald, he had such amazing speaking skills. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's, I don't think I have the greatest speaking skills in the world. So I don't know how I'd answer that question. I'll tell you what, I got over my fear of talking in front of crowds, probably because when you grow up like a Mormon kid, they do this thing called testimony meeting, and I think it's the first Sunday of every month, where it's almost like open mic night. I know that sounds weird, probably, but what it is it's like open mic night. If you have something to say, you can go to the front and say it in front of the congregation, and then go sit down. And kids will do it sometimes. I mean, I would say there's a little bit of pressure to do it, just because even if it's not intended, as a kid, you see other kids will go up and go, I'd like to bear my testimony. I know the church is true. I love Jesus, or whatever. Right? They do their thing. It's almost like there's almost like a script for it when you're like a real little kid. And every kid kind of says like basically the same thing and then runs back down, like all embarrassed, back to their parents. But you see like the approval from all the adults. And you're like, I want to do that. I want to be like the special kid. And so you do feel like a little bit of pressure. And so at a certain age, you kind of nut up and go do it. And so when I was a kid, I would do that occasionally because I knew like it made my parents proud that I talked in front of everybody. And so that was my first experience with public speaking, was when I was like, maybe like 7 or maybe even younger, going to the front of the congregation and and saying I love the church and stuff. And then in my job, part of my job, like, over the years was presenting proposals to sometimes committees and sometimes just one guy or whatever. But that's, just out of practice doing that. But again, like, I don't think I'm a remarkable speaker. I just think that preparation is really what it comes down to. If you want to know, where people go wrong is they don't prepare enough. And in fact, that even happens to me sometimes when I feel like I had like not the strongest showing during a stream. It's usually when I didn't prepare enough. That's usually like I was in a situation where I didn't know it as thoroughly as I should have. And so I think just preparation, knowing what you're going to be talking about gives you confidence automatically. And that applies to your second question about talking to girls. If you just like run up to and there's some people I think are talented and can actually do it. They've just got whatever it is, where they can just walk up to a girl. They got the Riz, as the kids say. They can just walk up to a girl and wing it. But if you don't have that, and if you're asking me, then you probably don't have that. The same thing. It's confidence. It all comes down to confidence. And so I don't think you should prepare. Like, I don't think you should have like a script prepared. That in fact, that'll have the opposite effect. But it's practice. It's practice. So just go up to girls if that's what you think you're weak on. Go up to girls you don't care if they say no. Practice on very plain or even ugly girls in public. You don't hit on them, but just go talk to them. Like, if you see like an ugly girl in a public place and your strategy is to long-term to go talk to the pretty girl that you see in a public place, just go, hey, what's going on? Hey, I'm Bill. What are you doing around here? And you'll get used to doing that. Right. And then if you see a girl you do want to hit on in a public place, then you've done it like, a million times, or maybe not a million, but you've done enough times to where it's not going to make you nervous. So that would be my advice there. All right. Then we got, Winston. Winston says, I was never a Charlie Kirk or TPUSA guy. His views promoting neoliberal economics and previous pro-immigration from the third world stances were backward, gay, and retarded. However, from what I've seen and heard, he was a good father, husband, and friend to many. And as white people, we need more of that. Yeah, I get the sense, and I know not everyone does, I get the sense that he was a nice guy. I don't think he was evil. I think he was deluded, maybe self-deluded. I don't know. I don't know him, and I never will know him now. But I get the sense he was a nice guy. And I think that he was in over his head with this stuff. And so I think it was to some degree, a competency issue. I think he was good at building an organization. I mean, he started out when he was 19 in his parents' garage and turned into like a multi-million-dollar operation where he's having dinner with the president. I mean, no matter how you look at that's success on from a personal level. I mean, it's not great for white people, but you know what I mean? Like, it's for him, that's success. And, so he obviously had talent. He obviously had some ability there, and he had enough charisma to do public speaking all the time. But yeah, I'm not going to pretend like he was someone he wasn't, but he did seem like he was probably a good dad and a nice guy. Man of Low Moral Fiber says the second most recent video that Charlie Kirk posted on his YouTube channel is a video about him watching the NFL and encouraging other white men to watch blacks run around in spandex. Yeah. That's the poison though. It's like I said, how much of that was intentional and how much of that was he was just kind of normie pilled, It's hard to know. I mean, there are some of these people who are true believers. There are some of these influencers who are true believers who believe they get high on their own supply. And then there are those influencers who are just taking advantage of people knowingly, and they're just kind of evil fucks. And that's a lot of them, by the way. It's hard to know which one he was. Rivers of Blood. Rivers of Blood says, I know you don't like comparing European history to U.S. history, but our current predicament feels like a combination of the Spanish Civil War and the Weimar Republic with a dash of the Balkans for good measure. A silver lining is that such political violence was a predecessor to the rise of the funny mustache man. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be similarities between, the cyclical, or rather the cycles of history. And I think we're in the middle of one of these cycles that we, as white people, experience, especially as it relates to our relationship with Jews. And we'll see what happens. We'll see if Zundel was right. Arch Stanton. Your tinfoil hat theory was pretty good. Sure seems like the assassin was a pro. Clean kill shot, clearly had a good exit plan. The longer he goes unfound, the more suspicions will grow. Yeah, like I said, I don't, he doesn't have to be like a professional assassin to make that shot, but he has to be someone familiar with guns and someone who's shot and someone who knows how to, handle their weapon and get on a roof and escape. And there's a lot of skill that went into pulling that off and getting away. And the longer they go without finding anyone, given the surveillance state reality, it's a little ridiculous to believe that just some random Redditor could pull that off. So we'll see what happens. White Gravity says, your effort successfully adds a race dimension to Christians. Thank you. Christians are at least 40% segment of white nationalism. I'll prove it another day. Yeah, but keep in mind, the majority of Christians worldwide are non-white by a significant margin. But yeah, I'll be interested to see if a majority of white nationalists are Christians. That's possible. Well, actually, I guess 40% is not the majority, but that's a sizable amount. Man of Low Moral Fiber says, nothing else e pluribus unum like a nigger stealing your merchandise only feet away from your bleeding corpse. Yeah, well, I think they whisked him away at this point, but yeah, that is his blood, like all over that table. And the black guy's stealing the merch. It's a perfect image right there. Grimly Fiendish. Grimly Fiendish with a two-parter, which it's basically a big dono.
Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Look how Jewy this fag is. Grimly Fiendish says, is this a two-parter? Okay, well, I'll read it. I couldn't tell, like it almost looked like you didn't want me to read it. As a Nordic snow nigger, I like your take on Ukraine. Many Anglos are clueless and led by the nose by the KGB man, or all in for Eurofags. I don't care if the chats get read, just make sure the money goes through. Your content is worthy. Well, I appreciate that, Grimly Fiendish. And yeah, like I said, I'm not Ukrainian and I'm not Russian, so I have no dog in the fight to the degree that it affects the American geopolitical aims. I don't really fucking care anymore. It's not really my country anymore. And so I don't give that much of a fuck, you know, like I just don't anymore. Maybe that's bad, but I kind of just don't care. So I'm kind of a fly on the wall in this conflict, and I can see both sides of it. And I'm not just saying that because I do have friends that are Ukrainian and I have friends that are Russian. I do get both sides. It's a tough one. It's not like, I don't think there is a, like, you know, and Ukrainians would be like, oh, Putin's the devil and clear aggressor. And I get it, but also it's, you know, the world's bigger than that. He's not just some evil fuck that's like, I must have Ukraine for no reason. And similarly, there might be pro-Putin people that are like, Ukrainians are Nazis, and they believe whatever their propaganda is, you know, which is obviously crazy considering that their president is a Jew. But, you know, it's not my place really. That's why I don't like commenting on European politics, because I feel like you have to live there to really have a grasp on the situation. But thank you very much for the big dono. Then we got Arch Stanton says, please don't give up on Grenade 84. Reach out to family and friends. Every life has value and a purpose in the eyes of God. Plus, we need all hands on deck for the coming struggles ahead. Well, who's giving up on Grenade? Oh, you're talking to him. Don't give up hope, Grenade. Yeah, I would never give up hope. No matter how black-pilled you get in terms, you got to realize black pill doesn't mean, oh, everything sucks and I can't ever find happiness in the world. I find happiness every day. I find happiness in the simple things and some of the big things. I just know that if your happiness is reliant on, you know, Trump being Hitler, then you're going to be depressed. You're going to be big time depressed. All right, we're going to take a look at Rumble. Let's see here. Why can I not see this? D-Man says, hello, Devin. Regardless of Kirk having been a Zionist, what happened today is no celebration. White people need to get serious if we'll even have a future anymore. Well, yeah, people should be and should have been way before this preparing themselves for similarly facing a life or death situation in public. Because if it's not blacks trying to kill you, it's one of the other pets of the Jews trying to kill you. But the world has been hostile and trying to kill especially straight white men in particular, pretty much my whole life. They're just getting more aggressive about it. But they've been trying to get rid of people like you and me since I've been alive. And it's been obvious, really. I mean, like I said, even when I was a teenager, I got it. So being a white male, a straight white male is like, that's like the worst thing. Like all of society pretty much for whatever reason agrees that we're the devil. And it's gotten increasingly worse and more dangerous. Let's hear. Gravy Bear says, this has been a mask off week for evil. Seeing that lady get killed by a nigger as 4 niggers watched, and now watching leftists celebrate Charlie. They want a war. They got it. Well, I don't know if they'll get it yet. I don't think that's the thing is we still have a long ways to go. We still have a long ways to go. If you are thinking that the normie boomer, MAGA boomer is going to this is going to push them over the edge, you don't realize how comfortable a lot of these people are. They'll complain on Twitter and they'll talk about how outraged they are and they'll act shocked and they'll think Elon is super based because he's donating $1 million to make a mural somewhere. I mean, like, what's that going to do exactly? Yeah. Oh, a mural. Good job. That's money well spent. That'll save the white race. Thanks for the $1 million to paint murals. It's stupid. But that's the response right now is they're spending millions of dollars to paint murals. And murals don't win wars. So, that's they don't have the war yet. The Shogun says they really let the Ashkenazi Jew Patsy go. What the fuck are we doing? Race car now. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that we know any details about the first guy that they. Well, I mean, we know about the old guy that they released because he has an online presence. He just looks like he was some crazy old fuck. The other guy, we don't even know who he is, or at least when I went live, they didn't know who he was. It was just someone, we have him, and then they're like, oh, we don't have him. So it might have just been some random student that was picked up because he fit the description. But we'll see what happens. Ripping Mad says, thanks for your work, Devin. Your style resonates with me like no other. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy the show there. And thanks for the support. Ripping Mad. Big Butthole says, did you notice the ring finger? What do you make of it? What? Did I notice the ring finger? I have no idea what you're talking about. Words Are Words says, it's sad how many people are begging our Jewish government to do something as if the government won't use it to fuel their Jewish agenda. Who would wage war by deception? Exactly. Well, like I said, it could just be some guy. I'm totally open to the possibility that it's just some fucking guy that, because everyone, including South Park, by the way, I mean, South Park, that's something I probably should have clipped just a couple weeks ago. South Park made an episode insinuating that Charlie Kirk was a, white nationalist, an evil white nationalist. So that's the mainstream. If you're a mainstream center to left, you probably believe that, if you heard Charlie Kirk, you probably thought he was a literal Nazi. So who knows? It could just be some idiot that believed what they saw on TV and acted upon it. We don't know yet. We'll find out. Let's see here. We got Words Are Words again with the murder of the white refugee. I shared your episode Cold Blood all over about the two Nogs murdering white people with one woman surviving. Dan Bilzerian liked it. Hopefully he watches it. Yeah, I think some of these guys watch the Insomnia stream. I've been told that there's people with pretty big audiences that enjoy the Insomnia stream, which, by the way, if you're one of those people, invite me on the show. Invite me on. Some of you have, and we're making arrangements here a little bit, we're trying to work it all out, but some of you have not. I'd love to hear from you. Gravy Bear says, very strange. The new series of South Park is about Cartman becoming Charlie Kirk. Well, exactly. You read my mind. Then we got, I'm assuming a Fed post was removed from someone there. Then we got Rupert says, Replay Gang is here. Although I wasn't a fan of Kirk, he left behind a beautiful family. The video was very gruesome. I also saw a video of a leftist threatening Nick. See you on Saturday. Good night. Well, and look, Fuentes has had someone go to his house and try to kill him already. Things are escalating. I've been getting death threats. Not all the time, but at least on a somewhat regular basis since I started doing this. And so it's just something that happens that you become numb to. And I'm sure Charlie Kirk got death threats all the time. And he had security. Not enough, but they had security. And, it's only... You can't, or what are you supposed to do? Fly a drone over the place? Or maybe that's what they'll start doing. Start surveying the area with a drone before they go and have their events. But it's going to get more dangerous. More people are going to be willing to kill. And I don't think Charlie Kirk will be the last person that the left views as an enemy that is going to pay the ultimate price. Let's see here. Elephanty with a big dono.
Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Look how Jewy this fag is. Ella Fanny says, let's donate to Stack tonight. Never indict a white. Well, I appreciate that. Then we got Zazzy McTazbot says, thanks for the show. You do good work. Well, I appreciate that. Then we got Fly Eli says, it's hard to believe this was pulled off by one person. It could be one person. It just would have to be a above average IQ person. I mean, I could pull off something like that. I mean, it would take planning, but I think if you're if you're of average white intelligence, I think you could probably pull something like that off if you were so determined. That's the real, you know what? That's something too. I think a lot of people have this impression that just because the ruling class and Jews do have access to the surveillance state, they do have access to all these agencies, they do have access to, Palantir and drones and thermal imaging and satellites and all this stuff, that somehow makes them invincible. And so that if someone is able to somehow penetrate that veneer of invincibility, that it must have been some crazy plan. It's like, no, these people, I mean, they're mortal just like us. They're mortal just like us. And a lot of the security is real, and a lot of it's theater. And no matter how secure your system is, there's almost always a vulnerability because there's always the human component. And like in this case, right? Look, he has security surrounding him, but they didn't check the rooftops. I suspect that'll change, or maybe people will just stop doing these kinds of outdoor events. Who knows? But it's not something that would be impossible for a single person to pull off. I don't think. Let's see here. Then we got. Okay, that's just a repeat one. And we got Astralis 725 nanometers or New Mexico. I'm not sure what that is.
Cash flow checkout.
I'd like to return this duck.
One of the two there says, I do not like that F-word Jew, to say the least. That fat Illinois boy doesn't know what's coming. Devin's right. Yeah, none of them know what's coming. None of them know what's fucking coming. And a lot of people on our side don't know what's coming. And by the way, a lot of people are just fucking scared. There are people that are trying to pump the brakes on our side. By the way, there are people or nominally on our side, or they consider themselves on our side, and maybe many of you consider them on our side, that are deliberately trying to pump the brakes out of self-interest, not because of any kind of strategic reason that's best for whites, but because out of selfish reasons and out of just fear and cowardice. But there is an inevitability to these things. There is an entropy to these things, and hold on to your hats. I think it's going to be a little bit of a wild ride. Then we got more, I think, Fed posts from some people. We'll just let that go there. Then we got Red Pill Mama says, hi, Devin, I made you some black pilled merch, studs, pin, and keychain, and I'd like to send them to you. So I'm wondering the best way to do this. My email is, and they got an email. Well, I'd have to tell you where I live though to do that. See, I'm not gonna fall for your trick, Red Pill Mama. Red Pill Mama, if that's even your real name. Maybe at some point, but right now I'm maintaining my anonymous status for right now. There's an inevitability to that too. There will come a time. I have my reasons. They're good reasons. And, but maybe we can work something out, but I appreciate that all the same. Then we got Fly Eli, does any ethnic group have more traitors than whites? It seems like the demoralization of Western civilization that Yuri Bezmenov talked about has reached its final stages. Thanks for your work, Devin. Yeah, well, that's the thing is these are just, they're spiteful mutants. These are people that racial hygiene would have taken care of a long time ago. I bet, and I don't know this, but I bet that if you were to look at the backgrounds of all of these, like the white women that are at these Black Lives Matter rallies, the blue-haired, pierced, tattooed white people that you see celebrating Charlie Kirk, I suspect that, and there's no way to test this, so this is just me going on my gut. I suspect the incidence of, or the percentage of them that would be founding stock American would be low to zero. I bet that many of them are European immigrants that came much later from not the same places that founding stock Americans came from. I bet a lot of these people are dysgenic people that didn't go through the filter, that filtered out a lot of the weaker genes that the initial migration of Europeans filtered out. It was a very different person that immigrated to America when it was just a wilderness, not a wasteland, but like a dangerous wilderness that, and the trip itself was dangerous and harrowing, and lots of people died. And once they got here, lots of people died. And so you had not just the selection of the people, the types of people who were adventurous enough to go to a place where there wasn't already a civilization. So you had that selection event, but you also had the filter that they had to go through to get here and survive. And that's a very different kind of person. And I'm not just saying that because those are my ancestors. I'm proud of my ancestors, and that is wrapped up into the pride a little bit. But I don't think that's unreasonable to observe that that's going to be a different kind of person that comes to America than a person that comes like in the 1900s. Once there's already an America, there's already New York City, there's already a Chicago, there's already a San Francisco, there's already, you know what I mean? They're going there to get a job. And it's a different kind of person. And there's no way for me to know this, but I would bet a lot of money if there was some way to determine what percentage of Antifa or these types of people were founding stock Americans. I bet it's in the single digits, or it's very low. It's very low. And I think that's part of the problem. Let's see here. Then we got the Belgian Brute. The Belgian Brute says the ultimate red pill is Charlie's wife is seeing all of this hate spew out against her husband. Yeah, I don't know. I know she does some speaking events, but I don't know how much that's going to make a difference. I don't know who I feel like whoever they replace him with is also going to say a lot about maybe my tinfoil theory. Night Nation says, what the SPLC and media do, working up these dysgenic freaks, is known as stochastic terrorism, talking others into doing their dirty work, seeding the idea into the masses constantly for years. Yeah, they know what they're doing because it's worked before. It's worked before, and it could very well just be that. It could very well just be that. Prairie Dog. Prairie Dog says Charlie was a white Christian family man. He was starting to have conflict with the Jays after years of running interference. This prevented the debate with Nick Fuentes and any resulting common understanding. I don't know that he was starting to have a conflict. I don't see any evidence of it. I see evidence to the contrary. I don't know that, but it's possible, and we'll never know. And that's part of the tragedy of it, is if he was starting to become J-pilled, he should have said something. And because what was the worst thing that could have happened? I mean, it already happened, right? So life is short. It's too short to think that you're going to do some Machiavellian plan that's going to take fucking decades. Sometimes you just got to rip the Band-Aid off. But yeah, I mean, look, like I said, he seems like he was a nice guy. I don't know him or didn't know him, but I'm not dancing on his grave by any means. XY or YXYBTC says they are delusional and their perspective is built on violence and the destruction of our way of life. Stay aware and protected, brothers. Probably talking about the spiteful mutants. Fly Eli says the suspicious old bald man that was creating a distraction by yelling, "Shoot me," is George Zinn, confirmed Ashkenazi Jew. Well, I thought it was, are you sure? I don't know. This is the fog of war stuff. I thought his name was something else. If it's George Zinn and he is an Ashkenazi Jew and not that other name that I saw with some guy with the brain disease, maybe that would make sense. He could be a Cyaneme. He could be a Cyaneme that was causing a distraction. That absolutely could be. We'll know a lot more tomorrow. I think we'll know a lot more tomorrow. This is all kind of fog of war shit. We don't know what's going on yet. I'll tell you what though, if we don't find out who the killer is and that old man is in fact a Ashkenazi Jew, 100%, then that is a very weird coincidence. Very weird coincidence. Albaza Panda says Charlie very recently tied Jews to anti-white propaganda. Here's a link. And it's on Instagram. I can't really look at Instagram, but I'll try. All right, here's the audio. Ready?
The exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person.
I gotta refresh this. No. See, fucking, why are you sending me Instagram? I gotta refresh it and then hit the unmute.
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Kopperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of the, so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We were on top of it. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country.
I'll tell you what, that's way more based than I would have expected. Excuse me. Need some water or something. Water in here. There we go. That'll work. That's way more based than I would have expected. I'm assuming that's fairly recent. Yeah, I'll have to look. It's entirely possible that, like I said, that he was worth more dead than alive, or maybe Harrison Smith is onto something. Maybe he was afraid that as he did more research and as with many of us, he came from a place of normie MAGA And as he did more research, all signs started to point in one direction, and he was getting uncomfortable with this reality, and he was trying to maybe pepper it in a little bit, tiptoeing into it a little bit, and maybe they did get rid of him. I don't know. It is a possibility. Like I said, we'll know a lot more. I think we'll know a lot more within a week or so. If they haven't caught anyone, that is very suspicious to me. That is very suspicious to me. All right, we got Fly Eli says this happened so close to 9/11, and Trump's presidency comes out to 9/11 as he's the 45th and 47th president. Maybe it means nothing, but Jews love their numerology. Yeah, I don't know. I know there's people that are really schizo into that, and that's not how my brain works, so it's hard for me to relate to. It's possible. It's possible that in fact, it's not just possible. I know there are some, isn't that Jew that runs Myron's, that manages Myron's social media? Isn't he I forget his name, but isn't he like a psycho numerology guy? So they do exist. They are like that. Some of them are like that. Let's see here. The Shadow Band. It just gets funnier every time. To me. It's almost funnier because no one gets it yet. Someone's gonna get it. I keep thinking someone's gonna get. I think everyone's overthinking it, but or the maybe it is just that obscure that it's just always gonna make me laugh and no one else. Let's see here. The Shadow Band. I'm not a gun guy. How difficult is it to hit that shot from 200 meters? How much training would it require? Is this in the likely trained and military intelligence type situation? I mean, you've definitely gone shooting. It's not like I'm a sniper. I'm a military. Like I said, they got him in the neck, not the head. I would assume that they were pointed at the head. So they sort of missed their shot. I mean, they got it close enough to where it worked, right? It's not an impossible shot. It's not. You're not going to be some leftist Redditor who's never shot a gun. You're not going to go to the store, buy a gun, practice for a day at the range, and then just be able to do it. Because you have to be. I feel like you have to be comfortable enough. Like there's going to be people that'll say, I could do that shot if I went to the range. Being at the range is a different situation than being on the roof about to murder someone. Because you got to factor that into it too. Is you got to be a cool fucking cucumber if you're going to be murdering someone in public like that. Like that factors into your ability to make that shot. So there is something to be said about that aspect of it, that it isn't the easiest shot. It's not the hardest shot, but it's not the easiest shot. And if you're just some random weirdo, just think of the adrenaline that's going to be pumping through your blood, veins, and unless you're a complete psycho, which, I don't know, maybe they're a little bit of a psycho, you're a murderer. But it's not impossible that it's just some guy, but it's not going to be just some guy. It's going to be some guy who practiced. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to just be some random person. It's not going to be like these mass shooters, right? Where they have they have their bedroom is full of all these guns, and they've made all the like the tranny shooter, right? Where they made all these cringe videos. Where like, oh look, I wrote all these things on all these memes on my gun, and then the death toll was rather low considering what it would have been if they were a trained shooter. So whoever did it was not necessarily military trained, but was was trained. Whether they were self-trained or whether they trained in law enforcement or they trained in the intelligence community or whatever. They didn't just pick up a gun and just do it. It's not that easy. You'd have to, like I said, you'd have to know in advance the distance and adjust the scope accordingly to work at that distance. And then to actually do it while you're in public, you're on a roof, and then to have the wherewithal to immediately retreat from the edge and go to the rear, like that video showed, and then get away. They got away. They might not get away all the way, but they got away from the scene, and they got up there without being seen in the first. That's not easy. Whoever did this planned it out. And again, I'm saying that doesn't necessarily mean that it's some kind of state actor, but it certainly doesn't exclude state actors. Let's see here. Hungo Wathil? I don't know. I think that's how you say it. Thanks, Devin. Your show is the best and most informative by far. Well, I appreciate that. And then we got Ella Fanny says, we'll match any donations until 15 after. I don't know what that means, but okay. Unreconstructed Rebel with a big dono.
Children, today we'll be reading the best Christmas ever. Our story begins with
the Magic Negro.
Christmas tree. Motherfuckers!
Where did the snowman go?
The best Christmas ever.
All right, Unreconstructed Rebel 47 says, personally, I feel the options are a gay dystopian AI-run techno-tyranny, a bloody civil war with numerous factions, true shit hits the fan, or, if we're lucky, peaceful secession. Wakanda for coloreds and the Ozarks for us. I don't think a peaceful secession of that type has ever happened in history. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't see it happening now just because there's not like a geographical line that separates us, and that's going to be the problem. I think that even if there is a shit hits the fan type situation, inevitably you're going to have to deal with the AI overlord problem eventually. Unless like somehow no, because it'd be localized, right? You'd still have AI still going to be getting developed by the Chinese. It's still going to be getting developed in Europe and other places. So even if there's some big war in America that, decimates every server farm for ChatGPT and whatever else, right? It's distributed systems. It's not centralized anyway. So it's not like we're never going to lose that data. So even regardless of how all this political conflict works itself out, we're still going to have to wrestle with AI, unfortunately. It's just going to be a matter of, are we going to have to wrestle with AI in a Jewish run and administered country with Jewish run and administered AI? Or are we going to have to deal with AI as a issue as white people in a white country that can make decisions that are prioritizing the future of white people when it comes to what we should do or don't do about AI? So either way, we have to deal with AI. Yeah, and it could just be a slow bleed out where people never nut up and stand up for themselves. They get really mad and outraged as they have in the past, but then it never really goes beyond that. But I suspect that it is gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse, and it will get kinetic at some point. I just think that it's taking longer than most people would like it to. And some of us will age out maybe before it happens, and it'll be our kids that have to deal with it. This is the kind of stuff that you gotta remember. When we did the PACCON series, there were all those, this one, America was still like 80 to 90% white. And there were all these militias already that were training for the race war that they thought was right around the corner. And before the militia movement got shut down by the federal government, they thought it was inevitable. And then here we are, 40, almost 50 years later, and it's worse. It's a million times worse, but we don't know how bad it gets. You know, people might, in another 40, 50 years, when America is like 20% white, there might be white people looking back at us and going, oh, they thought it was bad then, huh? You know what I mean? Like, it's funny because I think I tweeted out once in like 2019 or something like that. I said, you know, it's funny. There will come a time when people look back to 2019 and think, oh, those were the good old days. And it's true. There's going to be people that look back to even this era and think that these were the good old days. So I think we're in for a long bumpy ride, but you know, it will inevitably get bumpy. But thank you very much, Unreconstructed Rebel. Then Unreconstructed Rebel again.
The only thing I can figure out is that they're a dying race, and they want to reproduce more of their own kind. How horrible.
Unreconstructed Rebel again says obligatory Southern pride worldwide. That's right. That's right. Every time you send a super chat, I'm reminded of when I went to a Skynyrd concert as a boy, and they had the massive Confederate flag behind the stage. Back before that was controversial. In fact, I was in New Mexico, and there were Indians, like, you know, feather Indians that were wearing Confederate flag hats and merch. I remember even at the time, because as a white person, I was taught to hate that and think it was bad or edgy at the very least. I remember looking at that and thinking, that's weird. But yeah. Yeah, how the times have changed, right? Christian Ramirez says, Kirk was a white American that ditched college, rushed into politics, and ultimately became subservient to Jewish Zionism. He inevitably developed a bad habit of speaking out of both sides of his mouth. He said asinine things like this country was founded on Judeo-Christian values, Israel's right to exist, and stamping green cards, or I think he meant stapling, green cards to diplomas. Did you see that Iwu did a... Oh, wait, that's someone else. Yeah, look, I have a little bit of I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway because he did start out so young, and he did end up associating with people that he probably couldn't see through at first, right? As a young person, he was probably very easily influenced by conservatives who were Zionists, and if he was raised in a Zionist Christian household, he'd have no reason to be suspicious of the Zionist worldview. And you know, according to that clip we just played of him from, I'm going to, after the show, look and see when that was. Maybe he did start to figure it out a little bit. Who knows? Who knows? Then we got Chaganazi says, did you see the Iwu vid a couple weeks ago about the Danny Trejo looking bitch whose kids found a gun and got into a standoff with cops? No, I did not. No, I did not. At least I don't think so. But thank you very much there, Chaganazi. Then we got Theodurg guy says, well, we can't do that. Then we got Maximus Prime says, I don't know whether Kirk was being sincere or cynical, but he had been more critical of Israel in recent years, including but not limited to accusing Bibi of purposely letting October 7th happen. Well, I do remember that, but he kind of backpedaled on that. And I think that, I don't know. I didn't sit there and watch his show ever, really. You know, I looked at what he put out on Twitter, but I wasn't like watching his show. Like his show was not interesting to me. So I don't know exactly. I saw clips, right? I would see clips. So my understanding was he kind of backpedaled on that. And there was a time where, or there have been times rather where he has been critical of Israel, but he also talked about how much he loved Israel on a fairly regular basis. So he kind of did the Tucker Carlson thing, right? Where he would say something that was obvious, that was safe to say because it was just like common sense criticism of Israel, and then would, then give it like a flowery companion speech about how much he loved Israel and loved Jews and how hashtag not all Jews and that sort of a thing. So I don't know. I suspect that, like I said, that in the next few days we'll get a better picture as to what's going on here, and people might start combing over his streams and seeing if there was maybe like some kind of hints that he was trending in our direction. I don't really see it that way, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here. We got Hold My Tea says, what are the odds they say the shooter was from Iran, so Israel and USA can go to war with them? I think that's probably remote, but not impossible. They could say he was from Iran. They could say, I mean, in fact, maybe if they don't find him, they'll just say that. Who knows? Let's see here. Then we got Negro Spritzer. Negro Spritzer, of course, says, R.I.P. Charlie. And then he expresses his extreme displeasure with the types of people like this man here stealing the hat. Also the Jews and the Taco Jews and the Sand Jews and the Curry Jews and the Butthole Jews. All right. Then we got, let's see here. That's usually towards the end. I really wish their plugin worked. Night Nation says, this thread has several clips of Charlie starting to question Israeli government. Link provided for resources. All right, I'll take a look at that. I'd love timestamps too, because here's the thing, if he questions Israel and then doesn't say anything for 6 months, that's not quite the same thing as, oh, he's transforming. But I will put this in my notes. Yeah, I think it very well. Look, if he was, I think that just would indicate that it's very possible that he was worth more dead than alive. Let me scroll, and I think that's it. All right. Let me double check entropy. All right, we got one more from Osnalome. Is it possible to do these streams a bit earlier? I keep messing up my sleep schedule every time you do one of these, and I want to watch them live. Do you sleep in a lot after doing them? Well, no, I'll probably keep the same time frame, unfortunately. I've been thinking about maybe changing the time on Wednesday ones, but we'll see. But yeah, my sleep schedule is all over the fucking place. Like I haven't slept. Like I'm running out of steam right now because I haven't slept in over 24 hours now because I was expecting, I prepared a stream for tonight and I was expecting to do that today. And I was about to sleep so that I could wake up before the stream. So I was going to be sleeping in the middle of the day. And then I was going to wake up before the stream all refreshed and do my stream. And then someone murdered Charlie Kirk before I went to bed. And it was, I couldn't sleep after that because I was like, well, I got to find out what's going on with this. And I haven't slept in over 20. In fact, I haven't slept in I don't even want to think about it. It's probably over 30 hours at this point. I've been up a long time. So I'm coffee powered right now, but the coffee's wearing off, which is a good thing that we're finally at an end here. But yeah, I guess in closing, I would say we'll know a lot more. We'll know a lot more in coming days, depending on who they say shot him. I'm going to track down some of this stuff, like the talk about this old man being a distraction Jew. I'll dig into that, because I'll just look, when I tried to identify him, what I came up with was this guy. Let me see. Where's his face? You know, is that the same guy? Is it confirmed? Not, where's his face? Is that a Jewish nose? I don't know, but then these guys say Zimmer or whatever, right? What these guys say?
They're arresting a guy by the name of George Zim. Yeah, I know the guy. I don't think he did it. I think they arrested the wrong guy.
George Zim? Let me look up and see if maybe there's... Because that's suspicious to me. There's not a lot of Jews in Utah, especially grown man Jews at a Charlie Kirk thing on a campus in Utah. That's not... All right, George Zim. Where's the posts about this? Let me look. Let me try to narrow this down. That's a big red flag. If that's... Zinn. All right, so George Zinn. 2 N's. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. This could be something. This could be something. And I'll tell you what, if they don't find the guy, and I would say very high likelihood that this George Zinn guy is a signee. Because again, it's a little weird. Some old Jew is going to a Charlie Kirk event on a campus in Utah. So I'm going to look into it. But yeah, that could be something. He could be a signee. Anyway, I'll look into that and a bunch of other stuff. Who knows? Maybe in the next couple days. Maybe I'll have to postpone my Saturday stream, and we'll know more about the Mossad hit on Charlie Kirk for all we know. Look, another tinfoil hat. It's not just, think of it this way. And then I'm going to wrap up the show. Let's say for a example that it was a Mossad operation, that they did kill Charlie Kirk because they did think he was going to go JQ on him. That's not just to silence Charlie Kirk. That's to silence everyone that is of that tier of influencer. That's to create a one hell of a fucking chilling effect on anyone ever talking about Jews. So that's why it would be worth it for them to do. Not just because let's get rid of him because he's talking about Jews, but like that's going to prevent a lot of people from talking about Jews. So I'll look into that. Again, all this stuff is kind of unfolding today. A lot of fog of war. We'll know more in the morning, and I'll know a lot more on Saturday. If any big developments, we'll do a stream on Saturday. Otherwise, I got something else. Anyway, hope you guys enjoy the rest of your, evening or morning or afternoon if you're in replay, gang. We'll be back here on Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel. In the meantime, for Black Pilled, I am, of course, devastating.
And I still hear people after almost a half a century, instead of saying Jew, oh, it's they and it's them and it's the oligarchs. No, it's the Jews, stupid! Communism is Jewish. They've taken over your money in America. They've taken over your money in all the white nations of the world. The European Union is totally Jewish controlled and run. Wake up! Now,